Chapter 1339. Qi Shang drank a little too much, his face was red and he spoke a lot. It was as if after defeating Fang Yuan, his confidence was off the charts, he was sure that he could win the heart of the beauty. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to sober up. But that way, they would lose the joy of drinking, it would also be disrespectful to their drinking buddies. Fang Yuan quickly raised his cup and drank the wine in his hand. He smiled. If that is the case, then I can only blame it on my bad luck, who asked me to meet a competitor like you, Qi Shang. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed, the meaning of "since there is a genius, there is also a genius" was expressed in his words. Qi Shang laughed heartily, he stretched out his hand and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, consoling him. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Qi Shang was too naive. This matter was already a foregone conclusion. As long as Fang Yuan agreed, Xiao Si Lu would definitely throw herself into his arms, this was almost certain. But Xiao Si Lu had not shown any clear intentions yet, it was just that this fairy had her own schemes and pride, she was just waiting for the right price. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through it. For example, Xiao Si Lu's letter was her way of expressing her attitude. Xiao Si Lu was very happy to see me competing with Qi Shang. Before this, she had been watching from the sidelines, because this was what she wanted. After I failed, she stood up and told me about her relationship with Qi Shang. Her goal was to appease me, to tell me that there was no love between her and Qi Shang. At most, it was just a one-sided love from the formation addict. But this smart woman did not say her attitude directly, she described a past fact to prove her innocence, and also to prove that she had great value in pursuing him. Men pursuing women was an instinct and instinct. Whether a woman was pursued by a man, how many men pursued her, what kind of man pursued her, these aspects could more or less show her value. Xiao Si Lu wants to marry me, this is not her personal wish, it is Qiao clan's political scheme. Just because of this, I have already surpassed all her suitors. No matter how many times I fail, how many times I am a playboy, how shameless I am, and how mischievous I am on occasions like the Moon Festival, so what? I have already won. Even if I fall in love with someone else and stop pursuing Xiao Si Lu, Xiao Si Lu will also come after me. Of course, this is not love, but politics. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had already seen through everything. But he absolutely could not accept Xiao Si Lu's love. Once he accepted, he would sink into the turbulent and dangerous whirlpool of politics. He would no longer be a simple Wu Yihai, he would be a pawn placed in Wu clan by Qiao clan to fight for the benefits of the entire clan. And Wu Yong would never give Fang Yuan such a relaxed environment as he was doing now. Instead, he would strictly monitor Fang Yuan, constantly suppress him, and always be on guard. If that was the case, would Fang Yuan still be able to absorb the essence of the dream world in peace? It was obviously impossible, and the truth might even be exposed. In that case, it would be even more troublesome. Once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Qiao clan would first attack him fiercely. Because as a righteous path force, they would definitely be the first to sever their relationship with Fang Yuan. In order to prove themselves and protect their reputation, Qiao clan and Wu clan would definitely attack Fang Yuan crazily, they would put in more effort than any other force. But even though I cannot accept it, and will not accept it, I can use this love. Using Xiao Si Lu's love, Fang Yuan successfully made Wu Yong vigilant, and indirectly made Wu Yong arrange for him to return to the Super Gu formation, achieving his goal. However, there was nothing perfect in this world. Although this method was ingenious, there were repercussions. Wu Yong's vigilance, Luo Muzi, Luan Fei, Qi Shang, and the other pursuers of Xiao Si Lu were all repercussions. It was not that pure love did not exist, but it was very rare. People lived in this world and had to consider many things. Xiao Si Lu's beauty, wealth, cultivation, and so on were all attractive and enticing. Perhaps among her pursuers, Qi Shang was the purest, but there was still the element of formation path mixed in. Not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Qi Shang's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Even without Qi Shang, others would come to find trouble. Even if it was not now, it would be in the future. Because Fang Yuan touched the delicious cake of Xiao Si Lu, he angered many people. These people had pursuers, and also the interest groups behind them. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. A beauty was not so easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of conquering a beauty with love and being touched. Actually, it was not just this. A woman's beauty was a natural dowry. This dowry was extremely generous, it was a huge amount of wealth. Who did not want such wealth? But not everyone had the ability to protect such wealth. If there was a beauty who was willing to give this wealth to her other half because of pure love, then the lucky one would treat her well. But in fact, such situations were too rare. If there was one, please cherish it. If there was none, do not hope for it. Do not say vulgar. Because this was reality. When Fang Yuan returned to the Super Gu formation, he started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this matter. A truly brilliant Go player had to constantly calculate the path ahead of him before making a move. In fact, when Fang Yuan decided to use Xiao Si Lu's love to achieve his goal, he had already started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this method. If he did not deal with it well, then Qi Shang would only be the first person to find trouble, there would be a second, a third, and even more. This was a huge disruption to Fang Yuan's dream realm exploration. At the same time, with Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied, he could not deal with these challenges, he might even expose himself in the process of dealing with them. Fang Yuan needed to deal with this carefully and correctly. How to deal with it? It was difficult, but also simple. That was to create a human target that could attract the firepower of those pursuers more than Fang Yuan, and attract more trouble. In Fang Yuan's heart, he was already looking forward to someone finding trouble with him. Qi Shang came to him on his own accord, and so quickly, Fang Yuan was secretly happy. When he read Qi Shang's information, his joy increased by several times. His opponent's stupidity was his fortune. Of course, this stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example of Fang Yuan's experience on Earth, it was Yu Fei. Yu Fei resisted the gold and was about to succeed, but was summoned back by the emperor with 12 golden tokens, and sentenced to death with a false accusation. Why? Was it because of the emperor's stupidity? It was stupidity. But were the emperor and prime minister idiots? Of course not. If Yu Fei succeeded in resisting the gold, Yu clan army's reputation would rise, the emperor's authority was weaker than the commander's authority, it was a huge threat. And most importantly, if Yu Fei succeeded, he would be able to bring back the previous emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? Currently, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, purposely nurtured a Gu immortal like Qi Shang. Was it because he was stupid, did not know that Qi Shang, who was focused on formation path, would be powerless in political conflicts, and would be used as a tool? Of course he was not stupid, because he knew this, he nurtured Qi Shang. Because his son needed to inherit the position of first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son, that was Qi Shang. Many people thought that Qi Shang's arrival was a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had never thought so, he felt that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he dealt with this matter, he would be able to resolve the repercussions of this matter, and in the future, he would be able to explore dream realms in peace, secretly raising his foundation. Thus, Fang Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how could he create a stronger and more threatening Qi Shang? Without such a human target, how could he attract the attention of others? Qi Shang was easy to scheme against. Through information, Fang Yuan knew that Qi Shang liked to research formation path, he was most skilled at solving problems and designing goo formations that fit the requirements. Fang Yuan used this to challenge him. A research maniac like Qi Shang had his own pride in his field of expertise. He did not care about other aspects, he did not care about his appearance, he did not care about wealth, but in this aspect, he had to care. Because this was the meaning of his entire life. Fang Yuan was a transformation path goo immortal. Using this to make things difficult for him was like slapping Qi Shang in the face. How could a person like Qi Shang endure it? Of course he could not. If he could not endure it, he would fall into the trap that Fang Yuan had set up, he would not be able to climb out. Not only could he not climb out, he even toasted Fang Yuan. He felt that Fang Yuan was a sincere person. Even though you are a competitor, but how should I put it? We truly did not get to know each other without fighting, haha. Qi Shang laughed, putting his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder. Let's not talk anymore, let's drink. Fang Yuan drank another mouthful. Qi Shang stared with wide-opened eyes at Fang Yuan. He gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are so cool. Come, let's drink. Both of them raised their necks and drank. Good wine. Qi Shang sighed. Oh, to speak the truth, this is the first time I have drunk so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but there was still coldness deep in his eyes. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed, it was straightforward. If you retreated, I advanced, if you advanced, I retreated. In a banquet of the righteous path, behind a single rumor, there were often plots and schemes, all sorts of devious thoughts. The seemingly calm surface of the water was filled with turbulent undercurrents, they could devour people without spitting out their bones. Fang Yuan lost to Qi Shang, he was very happy, he would spread this news. So what if he lost? Sometimes, failure was a method to achieve one's goal. Qi Shang was also very happy, he felt that this banquet was the happiest one since he came here. Chapter 1340. A joyous banquet for both the host and the guests was not the end, but only the beginning. Fang Yuan and Qi Shang became good friends. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan frequently invited Qi Shang, while Qi Shang often came to Wu clan's encampment to visit Fang Yuan. To get close to someone and build a good relationship with them, it was both difficult and easy. It was nothing more than condescending and complying with his heart. Fang Yuan was astute and had attitude goo, how could Qi Shang be his match? Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic, ordinary goo immortals were not worthy of his attention. But Fang Yuan was already a formation path quasi-grandmaster, he had a lot of resonance with this formation path grandmaster. The two of them conversed on various aspects of the array Dao. Qi Shang was soon amazed by Fang Yuan's formation path attainment, he was puzzled. Because Fang Yuan's main cultivation path was transformation path. Fang Yuan told him, I have always been interested in formation path, when I was a mortal, I researched formation path and because of some fortuitous encounters, I cultivated formation path. But fate made a fool out of me, I could only become a goo immortal through transformation path. But I am already very lucky, how many lone cultivators can become goo immortals? This helplessness made Qi Shang sigh, he felt a sense of sympathy deep inside. If you change to formation path, I can help you. Qi clan has many formation path immortal goo, I can help you negotiate and complete an immortal goo transaction. Qi Shang suggested. It was not easy for him to suggest this. It was enough to prove the results of Fang Yuan's hard work. It was not impossible to change paths, but the vital goo had to be changed. Fang Yuan was very moved, if I want to change paths in the future, I will definitely seek your help. Qi Shang nodded, when the time comes, you must tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a goo immortal to change paths, it was not something that could be done on a whim. This was a huge matter, it had many implications. It often had a negative impact on the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his conversation with Qi Shang. Although it was not an improvement in the realm, it was a great help to expand Fang Yuan's horizons and supplement some of the other foundations of the array Dao. Fang Yuan had a more comprehensive and profound understanding of the Dao of arrays. What was the difference between a Gu formation and a killer move? Qi Shang told Fang Yuan, Gu formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves used multiple Gu worms at the same time, the same was true for Gu formations. Gu formations were formation path killer moves, every different Gu formation was a different killer move. Therefore, it could be said that among all the sects, the formation Dao had the most killing moves. Of course, there were slight differences between Gu formations and other killer moves. For instance, Gu formations could last longer. After the Gu formation is set up, the Gu master's concentration and energy will be less. What is the essence of array Dao? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang shook his head, although I am an array grandmaster, I am still lacking when it comes to the essence of array Dao. But my clan's Lord Qi Chu Yu had once told me that the essence of formation path is to create an environment. When Fang Yuan heard this answer, he immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. The coiling thread caves Gu formation, wasn't it to nurture more regretful spiders, to create an environment for them to live in? It is said that formation path great grandmasters can use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth and use very few Gu worms to create a Gu formation. In some places with dense natural Dao marks, they can even use mortal Gu to create an immortal Gu formation. Is that so? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang nodded, explaining, that is indeed so. But actually, at our level, we can also use Dao marks. Some Gu formations are built on not only Gu worms but also Gu materials. But we can only use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to create the formation. As time passes, these immortal materials will slowly get destroyed. Formation path great grandmasters go one step further, not only can they use mortal and immortal materials, they can also use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. These conversations and explanations gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. This made him treat Qi Shang even more warmly. Fang Yuan soon found that holding banquets did not have much effect on getting closer to Qi Shang, it was better to have a discussion on formation path with Qi Shang. Sometimes, a heated debate could even arouse Qi Shang's appreciation for the heroes in his heart. Fang Yuan had another trump card, that was to write letters to Qiao Si Lu. Every time he wrote letters, he would praise Qi Shang, praising his astonishing formation path attainment and his amazing talent. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise, he had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan, he felt that he was a gentleman, he was magnanimous and had a broad mind. To return the favor, he also wrote letters to Qiao Si Lu, praising Fang Yuan, expressing his shock and admiration towards Fang Yuan for cultivating transformation path and formation path as well as having such deep attainment. Qiao Si Lu, she looked at the letters and felt that these two pursuers of hers were praising each other and had almost forgotten about her, the main character. She had never expected this kind of situation. While rolling her eyes in her heart, she still had to express her appreciation in her reply, especially for their broad-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had turned from enemies to friends, this change made the spectators who wanted to watch a show feel their jaws drop. Southern Border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border, it was famous because of the endless dark path ferocious beasts, especially shadow monsters. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, in the depths of this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, in an inconspicuous underground cave. Ow ow ow. An old lunatic with purple hair, ragged clothes, and bare feet, kept howling in the cave while running around in all directions. Plop. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, his body twisted as he walked like an earthworm. After walking for a while, he suddenly stood up with a silly smile on his face. But after a moment, his silly laughter gradually disappeared, and his cloudy eyes once again shone with a clear luster. Lord Purple, you are finally awake. Wuxia appeared at the entrance of the cave. He sighed with a complex expression. It turned out that this old man who had gone mad was the former Purple. The group of 4 from Shadow Sect had vanished after the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River. It was unknown when they had returned to southern border. And why did they come to the depths of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Purple also sighed deeply. He patted the soil off his body shrunk as he turned back into a winged mini-man. Call me Zishan Makoto. This will be beneficial for our next operation. Zishan Makoto said, "What news did you bring this time?" Wuxia answered, "According to our plan, southern border's political situation is slowly developing according to our plan. But it is a pity that Qi Shang and Wu Yihai did not have an intense conflict, they became good friends instead." Oh? Zishan Makoto was slightly surprised. After looking at the information, he nodded. This Wu Yihai is quite interesting. Not only does he cultivate transformation path, his formation path attainment was even acknowledged by Qi Shang. This undoubtedly helped him, but he could not beat Wu Yong. He was sent to the Super Gu formation by Wu Yong for the second time. Wuxia nodded. Wu Yong is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all, he has great authority now. Wu Yihai has just returned to the clan, he has not reached an agreement with Qiao clan yet, he cannot get their help. But this proves that even though Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator, he has huge ambitions. Because he took the initiative to get close to Qiao Silu, but they did not get together, this means that he has not reached an agreement with Qiao clan yet. Can we make use of his ambitions? Zishan Makoto thought about it. We might be able to make use of this, but we know too little about this person. Currently, we still need to plot against Wu clan, we need to focus our efforts on Wu Yong. Wu clan is the #1 force in southern border, they are the pillar of the righteous path. If they fall, southern border's political situation will definitely go into a huge turmoil. At that time, we can take advantage of the situation to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body. It turned out that Wu clan's turmoil was not so simple. Shadow Sect was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Even if southern border's political situation is in turmoil, so what? Bai Ningbing also appeared at the cave entrance. She had a cold expression. With just the 4 of us, even if the Super Gu formation only has 4 Gu immortals defending it, it will be a huge problem. Furthermore, our main battle strength is not stable. Bai Ningbing spoke very bluntly. Even against the rank 8 existence Zishan Makoto, she was not afraid. But she was fearless, because before she was chased by Fang Yuan, she had already set up an alliance agreement with Wuxia and the rest, both sides were equal. Moreover, Zishan Makoto's occasional craziness reduced her reverence towards him. Zishan Makoto was not bothered, he smiled. Just causing turmoil in the political situation is not enough, after all, these righteous path forces are not fools. This is only to reduce their strength in the Super Gu formation as much as possible. Just the 4 of us are not enough, our battle strength is too weak. So, we need to recruit people. Recruit people? Wuxia was surprised. Is there a hidden force in southern border that I do not know about? Because he knew that the Shadow Sect forces in southern border had been dealt a heavy blow. And to attack the Super Gu formation, one had to have strength at their level. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals were not enough. But if there was such a person, Wuxia would have recruited them long before Fang Yuan chased after them. Even further back, if there was such a person, Spectral Soul would have gone through heaven-defying tribulation and refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He would have arranged for them to fight against Central Continent's Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto nodded before shaking his head. Do you know why I am crazy? Chapter 1341. Zishan Makoto changed the topic. Bai Ningbing did not speak. Wuxia said, wasn't it because of Providence's interference? Zishan Makoto nodded. It was Providence, but I took the initiative. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing could not help but show a surprised expression. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, it sounded like his insanity was a deliberate action. Zishan Makoto sighed faintly, the dust of the past seemed to appear in his eyes. Back then, when we were still the first-generation split souls, we discovered the enemy Providence, we naturally had to think of a way to deal with it. I cultivated wisdom path, I was the leader of the split souls, I naturally had to find a way to deal with Providence. By probing a portion of star constellation Immortal Venerable's true inheritance and combining it with my own wisdom path attainment, I researched a method that was to assimilate with Providence. Assimilate with Providence? Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia looked at each other, frowning. That's right. Providence is vast and omnipresent, we had only just discovered it back then, we did not know many of Providence's secrets and weaknesses like now. Back then, we were restricted everywhere, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. More and more members were targeted by Providence and killed, the hope was extremely slim. Zishan Makoto continued, with no other choice, I thought of this method that was not really a solution. Since the enemy was so strong, I pretended to surrender and infiltrated the enemy's inner circle to obtain information. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia's eyes shined. Even now, they could understand the novelty of this method. Providence was formless, Zishan Makoto actually wanted to infiltrate Providence's inner circle, it was truly a brilliant idea. Zishan Makoto did not just think of it, he actually did it. Zishan Makoto continued to explain, Providence, you should all be very clear about it. If a grotto heaven devoured a 9 heavens fragment, Providence would be mixed in, if it had a heavenly spirit, it would become a fool. Heavenly spirits were like this, Gu immortals were the same. Every time I assimilate with heaven's will, I become crazy and foolish, losing all rationality. However, it is also because of this that I was able to greatly reduce Providence's intention to eliminate me and survive to this day. There's another big advantage to doing this. You will be able to temporarily become one with heaven's will. You will be able to clearly sense heaven's will and understand its strengths and weaknesses. When I learned about Providence's thoughts, I was able to stand above Providence's structure and lay out a plan for myself and my shadow sect. The heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as dogs. In the eyes of Providence, all things in the world are pawns. And in the chessboard of fate, there will always be some pawns in some crucial positions that attract my attention. Zishan Makoto described slowly, be it by Ningbing or Ing Wuxia, they were getting more and more engrossed as they listened. Because they could vaguely feel that Zishan Makoto's next words were going to be extremely important. As expected, Zishan Makoto continued, after I assimilated with Providence, I found that there are many crucial pawns in Providence's structure. So, every time I went crazy, I would borrow the will of the heavens to get close to these chess pieces. Then, when I regained my senses, I would work hard to instigate them and use my own strength to make these chess pieces work for me. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River not long ago, I believe you have already seen the effect of one of these pawns. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Ing Wuxia came to a realization, he blurted out, Lord Zishan Makoto is talking about Tai Bai Yunsheng? Zishan Makoto nodded, that's right, Tai Bai Yunsheng is a crucial pawn in the chessboard of fate. Although he was arranged by Providence, I successfully influenced him and used his strength to help you escape. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once met Zishan Makoto when he was a Gu master, he obtained Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. He not only had Providence's arrangement, but also Zishan Makoto's influence. Thus, when Feng Yuan carried Providence's final attack and returned to the past to overthrow Spectral Soul's plan, during this process, Feng Yuan obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. Tai Bai Yunsheng was able to submit to Feng Yuan. Part of the reason was Feng Yuan's intelligence. But the other part was because of Providence. But later, Tai Bai Yunsheng separated from Feng Yuan and helped Shadow Sect instead. This was because Feng Yuan betrayed Providence. At the crucial moment, he did not destroy sovereign immortal fetus Gu, instead, he used it himself. Tai Bai Yunsheng, under Zishan Makoto's influence, helped Shadow Sect greatly. Tai Bai Yunsheng died in battle. On the surface, it was because of Fang Yuan. But from another perspective, he was a sacrifice in the contest between Providence and Shadow Sect. Wuxia heard this and finally understood Zishan Makoto's intentions. He called out, "I get it, after so many years, Lord Zishan Makoto has traveled all over the world, he has influenced many pawns in crucial positions, they will be our new strength to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body." Zishan Makoto smiled, "Precisely. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent." A strong emerald light with a fragrant aroma soared into the sky. Countless Gu worms danced around in the green light. Just a glance was enough to dazzle one's eyes. Fang Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the Gu worms stopped flying, they fell into the ground. More and more Gu worms fell into the ground, they resonated with the previous Gu worms, forming a mystical force. The jade-green light pillar became smaller and weaker. Fang Yuan willed, an immortal Gu flew over. This immortal Gu was crimson like blood, it was round like a pearl, it was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl, they moved around and changed, it was like a myriad of lotuses blooming, or clouds moving. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu blood asset. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, this Gu formation setup had reached the most crucial moment. Blood asset immortal Gu floated into the jade-green light. Almost instantly, the green light was dyed by the immortal Gu blood asset, turning into a bright red color. The red light became brighter and brighter, after a few breaths of time, it was as bright and dazzling as the green light earlier. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, the most crucial step was over, the next step was to go according to plan. The bright red light became weaker and weaker, eventually vanishing. However, the fragrance still lingered in the cavern, lingering faintly in the air. This cave was extremely wide, it was 300 square kilometers in size. It was deep underground, several li from the surface. The cavern was not completely sealed off. There were over 100 passageways that were like air vents. One of them was connected to the cavern, while the other was connected to the outside world. There were countless pitch-black, bottomless pits on the ground, yet they emitted a fragrant aroma. The coiling thread Gu formation is set up successfully. The coiling thread cave plan is more than half done. The next step is to move those regretful spiders here and nurture them. During this process, I will need to adjust the Gu formation, it will be complete in about a month or two. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. After Qi Shang left and returned to Qi clan, Fang Yuan continued to explore the Dream Realm. There were still 2 scenes left in the Formation Path Dream Realm, but they were resolved by Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move. As expected, Fang Yuan's Formation Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Using his Grandmaster Formation Path attainment level, as well as his gains from interacting with Qi Shang, Fang Yuan easily deduced a brand new coiling thread Gu formation. This coiling thread Gu formation still used blood asset immortal Gu, but the effect was only doubled. Fang Yuan's Gu formation could have the effect of multiplying by 3 times, but it was an unsolvable problem, there was no chance of success. Being able to double it, Fang Yuan was satisfied. He still had a lot of savings, Unravel Dream could be used many times, and with Qi Shang's departure, he could secretly explore the Dream Realm in peace. Fang Yuan cherished this rare opportunity. In the following days, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to immerse himself in the Dream Realm. Just as he was exploring the Dream Realm, an earth-shattering news spread, shocking almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and celestial court had lost. They sent a powerful group to northern plains, but they did not succeed in saving Ma Hongyun, they lost miserably. Of the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Wei Ling Yang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Chen Tian, 2 died, 1 was missing. The one who killed the rank 8 Gu immortal was Giant Sun Immortal's former mount, the legendary immemorial desolate beast dog tail life-extending ferret. But it was not like there were no survivors in Central Continent. Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yizi, Shi Zhengyi, and the rest were escorted by Wei Lingyang, and with the help of Central Continent's reinforcements, they barely escaped with their lives. This news caused a huge commotion in the world. Central Continent's strength and foundation was publicly recognized as the number one in the 5 regions. The 10 great ancient sects were the super forces that controlled Central Continent. Any one of them could surpass most of the super clans in the 5 regions. And Celestial Court was the superior sect of the 10 great ancient sects. Not only did it rule Central Continent, its influence had already spread to the other 4 regions. In the hearts of Central Continent's people, it was high and mighty, unshakable. In the minds of the other 4 regions, it was the number one force in the world. After all, it had 3 immortal venerables. Which force in the world could compare to it? But such a powerful celestial court actually lost in Northern Plains. However, after the shock, the people of the world understood more of the inside story and expressed their understanding. Because Northern Plains was tough, it had the highest battle strength, and this time, it was a descendant of giant Sun Immortal. It was Longevity Heaven. As for Celestial Court's defeat, it was because of the expedition. It did not display its true strength. In fact, Celestial Court did not send a group to Northern Plains to fight Longevity Heaven, but to find trouble with old ancestor Xuehu. Chapter 1342. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian died in battle. Myriad Tidal Dragon escaped, Fang Yuan muttered. When the news reached him, in this super Gu formation, he was the one who had the clearest understanding of the situation. Looking at the days, it should be over. Celestial Court's expedition, Longevity Heaven represented Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, dealt a huge blow to Central Continent. Dog-tail life-extending ferret, worthy of being giant Sun Immortal's mount, it has great battle strength. But even though this boosted Northern Plains' morale, it is not a huge blow to Celestial Court. With the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had gone through the initial 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan knew that Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. In comparison, Longevity Heaven was only giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture grotto heaven. Its foundation was much weaker. This incident is a monumental event that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. In my previous life, it had never happened before. After this battle, Northern Plains and Central Continent have become enemies, or rather, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court have already fallen out. Will Celestial Court take revenge now? If that is the case, it will be quite a commotion. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. He was constantly thinking about the possible political situations that could occur in the future. Longevity Heaven originated from giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would fight so fiercely. Right now, all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes in the 5 regions were paying close attention to this matter. They were paying attention to Celestial Court's reaction. According to common sense, Celestial Court would definitely retaliate, because they had always been the number one Gu immortal organization in the 5 regions. If they did not retaliate, their reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented large-scale Gu immortal battles. There was also the obstruction of giant Sun Immortal's luck suppression heavenly palace that people did not know about. It would be very difficult for the Celestial Court to take action. Therefore, regardless of whether they took action or not, the Celestial Court had its reasons. No matter what the Celestial Court chose, its next step would determine the direction of the 5 regions' Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan sighed. This news was actually within his expectations. The Celestial Court would send Gu immortals to save Ma Hongyun. They would definitely be obstructed by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Central Continent's Gu immortals failed in their rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent. This battle had lasted for a long time. The result was finally out. But when he really received the news, he had a bad feeling. He felt that something was amiss. But Fang Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that because everything has changed too much because of me, the chain of changes is getting bigger and bigger, and the advantage of being reborn is getting smaller and smaller? Is that why I'm feeling more and more uneasy? The dazzling radiance of the dream shone on Fang Yuan's face, causing his expression to become even more uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Dream realm, here I come. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, how unpredictable it was, or how dangerous it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would naturally feel safer. His soul entered the dream. After coming back to his senses, Fang Yuan found that he was in a desolate wilderness. Night time. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was being carried by two people, one at the front and one at the back. What is going on? After realizing that he could not move, Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings. Grunt grunt, a sound similar to a pig eating entered Fang Yuan's ears. He soon discovered that this strange sound came from the two people who were carrying him. These two strange people carried Fang Yuan all the way to the waist of the mountain. The dark clouds in the night sky finally dispersed, and with the help of the cold moonlight, Fang Yuan suddenly realized that the two strange people carrying him were not pure humans, but two pig-headed orcs. In today's world, orcs have long been extinct. Orcs have appeared in this dream realm. What era is this? A question mark suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong and began to struggle, but he soon realized that he was extremely weak and seriously injured. He struggled with all his might, but the end result was that his body only swayed slightly. Roar roar. The pig-headed orc who was carrying his feet noticed Fang Yuan's movement and shouted loudly. Not good. Fang Yuan cried out in his heart. But the two orcs were faster. They suddenly let go and threw Fang Yuan to the ground. The intense pain almost caused Fang Yuan to faint on the spot. Relying on his strong willpower, Fang Yuan stubbornly opened his eyes. Next, he saw that the pig-headed orc in front of him had raised his hoof. The hoof cast a large shadow on Fang Yuan's face, and under Fang Yuan's gaze, the shadow rapidly expanded. Bam! At the next moment, the pig hoof stomped down, crushing Fang Yuan's entire head. Blood mixed with his white brain, it was like tofu that was smashed, splattering everywhere. Damn it! The dream realm was interrupted. Fang Yuan's soul was injured and expelled. This means that I have to wait for the right time and not act rashly? Fang Yuan thought as he crushed Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Unravel Dream had a limited number of uses. That batch of nightmare demonic cold immortal materials had already been used up by Fang Yuan. But Guts Gu were different. As long as Dang Hun Mountain existed, Guts Gu could be said to be endless. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather expend Guts Gu and suffer some soul injuries than use Unravel Dream. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed. He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the two pig-headed orcs to carry him up the mountain. Gur gur. At a certain place, the pig-headed orc stopped. One of them snorted. The other carried Fang Yuan's legs and walked forward. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan saw that he and the two pig-headed orcs were at the edge of a cliff. Oh no! Fang Yuan was about to struggle when the two pig-headed orcs suddenly swung their arms and threw Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan rapidly fell from the sky. This is... His eyes were wide open. He saw that there was a mass grave at the bottom of the cliff. Countless corpses were casually piled up. The stench of rotting corpses was so thick that it formed a fog. Before Fang Yuan could think further. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan fell into the valley. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, completely smashed into pieces. Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. What in the world is this dream realm? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, Central Continent, Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman with a hunched back was bowing deeply. her hair was dry and yellow like straw, her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe, there was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist, she was standing respectfully in front of Duke Long. As for Duke Long, after absorbing Di Zongsheng's life force, he was no longer in his weak and withered state, he had become majestic and mighty, showing the aura of a peak legend. At this moment, he sized up the tall tower in front of him, nodding, "Granny Sha, you did well." This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House. It was famous in history. Although it was destroyed in the Battle of Southern Border, most of the main Immortal Gu were preserved. After being sent back to Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Granny Sha woke up. She had been refining Gu worms and repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Now, she finally succeeded, the complete Heaven Overseeing Tower reappeared in Celestial Court. "Lord Duke Long, please enter." Granny Sha led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle followed behind, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. White jade stairs spiraled upwards, it was no different from the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not activated yet. Duke Long and the others did not see any abnormalities as they went up. When they reached the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the three Gu Immortals saw an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu gave off an intense rank 9 aura, it was shaped like a spider, black and white, there was a red wound on the Gu worm's body, almost covering its entire body. If it was not rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu, what else could it be? This Fate Immortal Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using Love Immortal Gu's power. But after generations of hard work by Celestial Court, until the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this Immortal Gu had already recovered to 50%. After reaching a qualitative change, Fate Immortal Gu's recovery speed was many times faster than before. Right now, even without success Dao marks, it had already recovered to 60% under Granny Sha's hard work. Good, very good. Granny Sha, you have contributed to Celestial Court, you have contributed to the world. I think when Celestial Court rules over the 5 regions, your contributions will be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. Duke Long praised with a gratified tone. Granny Sha nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is too kind, I was only doing my meager effort. Moreover, restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower was also that old fogey's wish. He. Granny Sha continued to laugh, and as she laughed, her body gradually turned into sand. A cool breeze appeared out of nowhere, causing the sand to dissipate in the air. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Granny Sha, a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. After the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up in anger and contributed the last bit of her life to Celestial Court. Silence. Another rank 8 Gu Immortal of Celestial Court was sacrificed. During this period, Celestial Court had lost many members. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were slightly red. But Duke Long's expression did not change, his body was still straight like a mountain, he spoke slowly. In the long river of time, generations after generations of Gu Immortals of Celestial Court have sacrificed themselves like this, to shine on their descendants. Wei Ling Yang, Bai Chen Tian, Granny Sha, and in the future, you and I will also be like this. Why has Celestial Court always been the #1 Gu Immortal force in the world? Other than the 3 Immortal Venerables, the most important reason is that our Celestial Court's Gu Immortals never fear sacrifice. Because we know that humanity needs us, the world needs us, heaven and earth needs us. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, trying to calm her mind. Then, Lord Duke Long, what do we do now? Duke Long closed his eyes before opening them again. The great era is about to begin, some people cannot be left alive. But Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxia, Purple, and the rest are all crafty, their whereabouts are unknown now, it is difficult to find their locations through the regional walls. Fairy Myrtle had a worried expression. No worries. Duke Long waved his hand, no matter where they are now, you and I know that they will definitely go to one place, that is southern border's giant dream realm. Ignore northern plains and longevity heaven. These are small problems. Let's get rid of these hidden threats first. Chapter 1343. Cold Moon Desolate Mountain. 2 pig-headed beast-men carried Fang Yuan up the mountain, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan looked around but did not act rashly. My current body is that of a rank 4 goo master. I still have my aperture and primeval essence, but I have no goo worms. Moreover, I am heavily injured and extremely weak. Even if I am in perfect condition, without goo worms, I am not these 2 pig-headed beastmen's match. But once I reach the cliff, these 2 pig-headed beastmen will throw me down. At this height, without goo worms, I will definitely die. Unless I have the sovereign immortal body. So, my only hope of survival lies on this path up the mountain. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan analyzed this and started to use his trump card. Once Unravel Dream was activated, Fang Yuan immediately saw its effect. He felt that he had regained some strength at this moment. To make an analogy, he was like a traveler in a desert who was on the verge of death, about to die of thirst. But now, a few drops of water suddenly dripped into his mouth. The effect is immediate, but isn't the recovery of strength a little too little? Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Unravel Dream again. This time, he found that some of the small wounds on his body instantly turned into scabs. The pain all over his body was reduced by a lot. However, there were several large wounds on his chest and back that were so deep that bones could be seen, and there were no signs of improvement. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously. The large wounds also turned for the better, but they did not turn into scabs. But the bleeding had stopped. His strength had recovered by a lot. His body had also recovered a trace of warmth from the bone-chilling cold earlier. But these could not provide Fang Yuan with great battle strength. He was still immortal now, he only had primeval essence. If he fought alone, he would not be a match for any pig-headed beastman. And now, there was not just one pig-headed beastman, but 2. What's going on? Immortal killer move Unravel Dream's effect has become so bad? I had to use it 5 times in a row to achieve this result. Fang Yuan saw that he was about to be carried to the edge of the cliff again. He had to make up his mind. Forget it, I will attack first. His body shot up like a lobster. The 2 pig-headed beastmen were caught off guard. He broke free. Fang Yuan fell to the ground. The hard rocks touched his wounds, almost causing him to faint from the pain. At this time, the 2 pig-headed beastmen reacted, growling as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his outstanding battle prowess to dodge, turning around and running down the mountain. The 2 pig-headed beastmen roared as they chased after him. Soon, the beastman caught up to Fang Yuan. Slash! 2 eerie white wild boar tusks pierced into the wound on Fang Yuan's back, before piercing out a little in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes, his eyes flashed, and said. He stopped. And Fang Yuan stopped. And his body. From his eyes. Next, his vision fell into darkness. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw a hull. He returned to reality, expelled from the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured. But what made Fang Yuan more concerned was this strange dream realm. I'm afraid this is the most difficult dream I've ever encountered here. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is very high. So far, I have not even gotten to the bottom of the first stage. I have died many times on this path up the mountain. Unravel Dream's effect is also very bad. What is going on? Fang Yuan could not understand this. He thought about it but could not deduce anything. He could only take a step back and think about how to deal with the 2 beastmen, how to escape successfully. The pig-headed beastmen are huge. If I could enter the forest, it would be much easier. It's a pity that this barren mountain is completely barren. There's no forest at all. There's not even a pile of jagged rocks. Unravel Dream can be used 5 times at most, it has no effect after that. Even though it can help me recover more strength and stabilize my injuries, the effect is not great. It is not as effective as a goo worm. And even if there are goo worms in forests, my stamina is limited, I cannot run far. After analyzing it, Fang Yuan finally understood a little. Don't tell me this dream realm wants me to fall to the bottom of the valley? He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not act rashly, he secretly used Unravel Dream to preserve his stamina and mental strength. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he was thrown into the valley by the 2 pig-headed beastmen. But the difference was, in the air, Fang Yuan started to adjust his body, sticking close to the mountain wall. After falling for a few breaths of time, some strange rocks started to appear on the mountain wall, they protruded outwards. There were also some trees that showed their tenacious vitality. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan landed on a strange rock, his bones were fractured, he died on the spot. I fell too quickly, my injuries are too severe, I will die if I land on a rock mountain, it seems I can only choose those trees. He entered the dream realm again. With this experience, Fang Yuan landed on a tree. Crack crack crack. After a series of tree branches breaking, Fang Yuan used his body to break most of the tree branches before falling again. But this time, the speed of his descent was much slower. He used his toes or arms to tap on the mountain wall, adjusting his direction. The second tree. Crack. Fang Yuan landed on the tree trunk, he was pierced by countless arm-sized thorns, turning into a flesh hedgehog. He died on the spot. What the hell, what tree is this? Fang Yuan was driven out of the dream realm again. He tried again and again, using Guts Goo and Unravel Dream to complement himself. After dying 17 or 18 times in the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally reached the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were even more severe, his 4 limbs were basically crippled, only his right arm still had some feeling. At the same time, his whole body was bathed in blood, the wounds all over his body opened up again, his blood carried the heat of his life as it flowed out. And his bones, most of his bones were fractured, intense pain burned like fire, roasting Fang Yuan's nerves. But this was the best result that Fang Yuan could achieve after countless attempts. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream continuously. When Fang Yuan reached the bottom of the valley, it worked again. Fang Yuan's injuries were slightly better, he could use strength in his right arm, his left leg also regained feeling, as for his back leg, it was completely broken, it was bent at a strange angle from the knee. Fang Yuan quickly checked his own situation, and then quickly looked around. Corpses were piled up like a mountain, flesh and blood were rotting, the stench of corpses was thick like fog, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? Just as Fang Yuan was at a loss, a cold goo immortal aura appeared above him. 2 variant human rank 7 goo immortals appeared in the sky. These 2 were beastmen, one had a pig head and human body, the other a snake body and human head. Be careful, it is a big guy down there. The goo immortal with a human upper body and snake lower body spoke. Ha ha ha, big guy, what are you sleeping for, wake up. The pig head goo immortal laughed loudly. The 2 were not soft, they purposely made their voices louder, it was like rumbling thunder, echoing in the valley. Stimulated by this voice, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the fog filled with the stench of corpses. Rumble. A fierce aura swept in all directions, blowing away the stench of corpses in the valley. A huge figure appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. This was a giant. It was 7 to 8 floors tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its strange, jet-black hair was like a cloak, hanging all the way to its waist. From the gaps of its hair, two red lights shined. It was awake. The two beastman goo immortals were shocked by this black giant's aura. They lost their arrogance, they were nervous and solemn. Fang Yuan was the same. Because from this monster's aura, he made a clear judgment, peak rank 8 goo immortal aura. But it does not seem human, it is an immemorial desolate beast instead. Big guy, eat quickly. That's right. My clan didn't hesitate to go to war to get these blood food for you. The two beastman goo immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name, I am Zhuyi Hui. The black giant could actually speak human language, but it only said one sentence before falling silent and starting to eat. It stretched out its hands, and one by one, the corpses were stuffed into its bloody mouth by its huge claws. This is bad. Fang Yuan thought, at this rate, he would be eaten sooner or later. Southern border, Black Demon Pit. There were many mountains in southern border, but there were also pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits, it was small and did not have a lot of Dao marks. It produced some resources of the dark path, it was not rare for super forces, but for ordinary clans, it was hard to mine. Thus, almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Zishan Makoto and the rest arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around. She used the investigative method of Bai Xiang's true inheritance, she could not see anything strange. Zishan Makoto ignored her question, he spoke to the air, I am here, let's go according to our agreement. Back then, I taught you my true inheritance, you owe me a favor. Favor? What is a favor? Suddenly, a buzzing voice came from the pit. Following it was an aura that grew from weak to strong, in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia's expressions changed. Only Zishan Makoto remained calm. Didn't you want to be human? Zhuyi Hui. Human? Oh, I remember, you are that guy from back then. Right, I helped you back then, you owe me a favor. Zhuyi Hui wants to be human, it needs to return favors. Tell me, what do you need my help with? You are best at eating humans. Ha ha ha, I am sick of ordinary humans. Don't worry, they are immortals, there might even be rank 8 goo immortals. Zishan Makoto smiled. Chapter 1344. Southern Border, Giant Dream Realm. Zhuyi Hui. Hearing this huge monster's name, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a mysterious origin and was very old, it had appeared 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era. Each time it appeared, it would be accompanied by intense slaughter, it had immense battle strength. In terms of seniority, that dog-tail life-extending ferret that appeared in northern plains was only a junior talent that rose up 300,000 years ago. Zhuyi Hui, Yu Tian Guang, these two names were once the same, they were embedded in the history of humanity, they were the nightmares of Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts that had human forms, few people knew of their origins. Each time they appeared, they would cause intense slaughter, no matter which region they were in, there would be bloodshed. Even Central Continent's Celestial Court could not kill them. They were very crafty, they often worked together, whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide, it was hard to find them. Fortunately, during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, this most benevolent immortal venerable in history was determined to rid the world of evil. After spending a lot of time and effort, he finally found the hiding place of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. After a huge battle, Yu Tian Guang died, while Zhuyi Hui was heavily injured, it managed to escape and disappear, its fate was unknown. Zhuyi Hui. I actually encountered this legendary immemorial desolate beast in the dream realm? Fang Yuan suppressed his shock as he climbed out. Zhuyi Hui devoured the corpses of the goo masters around it, with it as the center, the surrounding corpse mountains and blood seas flowed into its mouth. Immortal killer move. Evidently, this was an immortal killer move. Just by chewing, it could not consume at such a terrifying speed. This made Fang Yuan suffer. He was heavily injured, he could not move freely, his climbing speed could not compare to Zhuyi Hui's devouring speed, he was dragged towards the center by the corpses. Suddenly, Zhuyi Hui breathed in deeply. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He was swept away by the wind and landed in Zhuyi Hui's mouth. Zhuyi Hui chewed hard and Fang Yuan was instantly turned into meat paste by his sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with an injury on his soul. How do I break this dream? This question was like a huge boulder, blocking Fang Yuan's path. He sank into deep distress. Fang Yuan tried all sorts of methods as he was being carried by the two pig-headed orcs, but he was unable to escape. Now, he already knew that the development of this dreamland was for him to enter this valley. But in this valley, it was even more dangerous than falling into the hands of the pig-headed beastmen. This was because there was a legendary primordial desolate beast hidden here. Immemorial desolate beasts could match rank 8 Gu immortals, but most of them had low intelligence and were not feared by rank 8 Gu immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among these immemorial desolate beasts, there was a small group that was extraordinary. Because of their fortuitous encounters, they had intelligence no lower than humans. They learned Gu immortal cultivation methods, they had immortal apertures and knew how to control immortal Gu, they could even use all sorts of immortal killer moves with great proficiency. They were a huge threat. Every legendary immemorial desolate beast had a name. Like the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Central Continent's evil dragon Di Zhangsheng and Wukong, as well as Zhuyi Hui and Yu Tian Guang. These were all legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Such existences often had battle strength that surpassed most rank 8 Gu immortals. This could be seen from how the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Humans were the spirits of all living beings, but their bodies were weak. If they did not use Gu worms, they could not compare to other living beings. Be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery, vision, hearing, or others, they were not the strong points of humans. Immemorial desolate beasts had dense Dao marks to begin with, their lifespan was much higher than humans, their recovery, speed, strength, and others were all above humans. Once they could use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, control the immortal aperture, they would have human-like intelligence, they would be stronger than rank 8 Gu immortals. Does this dream realm want me to escape from Zhuyi Hui's devouring? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Along the way, he landed on the corpse mountain at the bottom of the valley, he was still on his last breath. Good. Fang Yuan used all his strength, before Zhuyi Hui breathed in, he pushed the corpse away and went down. Zhuyi Hui breathed in deeply, intense winds blew. The corpses on the surface of the corpse mountain were all swept away. Fang Yuan survived because he went into the corpse. But good times did not last, the winds continued, he was swept away again, entering Zhuyi Hui's mouth. Fuck. Fang Yuan's final scene was layers of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. He entered the dream again. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Fang Yuan continued to drill downwards. During this process, he used Unravel Dream to look for loose cracks, allowing him to progress quickly. Zhuyi Hui breathed in deeply. After a long time, the wind stopped. Fang Yuan was on his last breath, he curled up in the corpse. I finally made it. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, one of the 2 beastman Gu immortals above the valley spoke. Zhuyi Hui, you have a good appetite. The jet-black giant replied, too little, too little. I want to eat more humans, after eating more humans, I can get closer to humans. Don't worry, there are more here. The beastman Gu immortal smiled as he opened his immortal aperture, a large number of human Gu master corpses fell down like a storm. What the hell? Fang Yuan's expression changed, he could not help but curse. Then, he was crushed to death by a huge pile of corpses. He entered the dream again. Fang Yuan crawled into the corpses, but this time, he did not use his full strength anymore. After the wind stopped, he was at the outermost layer of corpses. The corpses fell like a storm. Fang Yuan quickly crawled out and got close to the wall. He found a protruding rock and used it as a protective umbrella. After the corpses fell, he was unharmed. What should I do now? Fang Yuan looked at the sea of corpses as he thought rapidly. Right now, he was buried in the mountain of corpses. He was at least 6 meters away from the highest layer of corpses. But at this time, he felt a numbness in his chest. Fang Yuan was stuck in the mountain of corpses. He could not see clearly. He quickly touched it. Next, he felt a smooth tail. It looked like a snake or a centipede. Soon after, the tail retracted back into his chest. Am I going to die again? This question had just appeared in his mind when at the next moment, he was expelled from the dream realm. That just now, it seemed to be a goo worm. Fang Yuan pondered in reality. There are so many human goo master corpses, there seems to have been a huge battle. It is normal that some mortal goo were not found. Even if goo immortals find them, they would not be interested in these small gains. Of course, in this extreme environment of corpses and blood, wild goo worms can also be produced. It is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this goo worm was his opportunity. After healing, he entered the dream realm again. Goo worm refinement, failure, death. I refined again. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Zui Hui started to eat again. Fang Yuan was disrupted. He failed and died. He finally succeeded in refining the goo worm, but discovered it was a rank 2 goo used for attacking. Fang Yuan could not help but curse, and then, he died. Death again. Death again. Death again. What kind of fucking dream is this? There was a series of accidents and failures. Once, because he was jumping around too much, he attracted the attention of 2 beastman goo immortals. The other party pressed their pinky finger and Fang Yuan was shot by a strange light, causing him to explode. Despair. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any accident or even the slightest sign of trouble would be fatal to him. Do I have to give up on this dream realm? Thinking of this, the thought of giving up persisted. Fang Yuan had invested far more into this dream realm than before, but there was little hope. He could not even see the direction of the future. This dream realm's difficulty was unimaginable. Let's see. I'll persevere one more time. I died again. Should I stop? Another series of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up but he was unwilling. After all, he had invested so much, and most importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm before. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience for him. If he gave up this time, what if he encountered such a dream realm again in the future? He gritted his teeth and persevered. Until the final time. On the ground of the valley, there were only 50 to 60 goo master corpses left. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before staying alive. He was among them. The goo formation appeared. Fang Yuan realized that Zui Hui was trapped by a super goo formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground, only its upper body could move. Damn 4 elements formation, let me break it. After eating and drinking, Zui Hui roared at the sky, and a dark light erupted from its body. The dark light covered the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move Grey Knight. We need to retreat. The 2 beastman goo immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated, earth, water, wind, and fire, 4 mystical lights burst out, resisting the dark light and restricting it to the entire valley. Zui Hui roared in anger and indignation, but it was useless. What the hell, how can I dodge this? The grey light was everywhere, covering the entire valley. The beastman goo immortals could dodge it, but Fang Yuan could not. He could only watch helplessly as the rocks and plants around him evaporated and dissipated in the grey light. As for himself, he was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. Don't tell me this is an unsolvable dream realm? I cannot dodge this gray light. If I knew this, I would have given up earlier. That would have been a wise decision. Feeling frustrated, Fang Yuan returned to reality. His soul had been injured. This injury was several times more severe than any of the previous ones. However, to Fang Yuan's surprise, he found that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster. What's going on? Fang Yuan quickly inspected himself. He was shocked to find that the dream realm he was exploring had vanished. As long as I can last until the final moment, I will pass this dream realm. I succeeded. This should be a survival type of dream realm, I just need to last until the end. This dreamland only had a short scene, but after I passed it, my ordinary dark path realm suddenly soared to the Grandmaster level. Could it be because of Zui Hui? All of his questions could not be answered. Fang Yuan knew very little about dream realms. After all, in the 500 years of his previous life, he did not put much effort into exploring dream realms. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also filled with doubts. Where is this? He Lulan asked as he looked at this world shrouded in mist and birdsong. This is Mushroom Man Paradise. A variant human Gu Immortal appeared from the mist. Mushroom Man Gu Immortal? Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. Mushroom men were a type of variant humans. They looked like humans, but their most distinct characteristic was their mushroom-like head. It was like a natural hat that covered their heads. Under the mushroom hat were the eyebrows and eyes of the mushroom man. As for the nose and ears, they were all there. Chapter 1345. Before He Lulan finished speaking, Zishan Makoto interrupted. That's right, this blessed land has already been modified by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There are no more calamities and tribulations. It has turned from a mushroom man blessed land to a mushroom man paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in the world, but this place is very special, because before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. Sigh. The mushroom man Gu Immortal heaved a long sigh. Ever since I inherited that true inheritance, I knew that one day, I would pay the heaviest price for it. But if you want me to come out and help you commit evil, that is impossible. You might as well kill me. I won't kill you. Zishan Makoto showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring the two of them into the Melon Cave, which is where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had stayed before, and cultivate there for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The mushroom man Gu Immortal's expression became even more bitter. He was silent for a while before nodding heavily. All right, I agree. Mushroom Man Paradise, Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by this mushroom man Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto assimilated with Providence. He sensed the layout of Providence. Using this mushroom man Gu Immortal, he successfully sent Bai Ningbing and He Lulan into this legendary place. This is where my tribe raises the chakra melons. You can cultivate here secretly, do not damage any of the melons. The mushroom man Gu Immortal said. Chakra melons? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This chakra melon was a rank 7 immortal material. It contained refinement path Dao marks. It could be used in any Gu refinement process. Thus, this immortal material had a wide range of uses. Right now, the black and white immortals looked at this melon cave. It was simply too huge. How many chakra melons were left here? On the side, Zishan Makoto explained in a timely manner, you don't have to guess anymore. This is the largest production area of Jewel Yellow Skies' chakra melon. It occupies almost 60% of the market. Of course, I brought you here not for the chakra melon, nor is it the main point, but for the Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation uses Rule Path Immortal Gu Ripe as the core, with rank 7 Immortal Du as the supplementary Gu. If you practice your Immortal Killer moves here, your efficiency will be greatly increased and you will be more familiar with them. Moreover, because of Immortal Goo, your immortal essence recovery speed will be extremely fast when you are inside the goo formation. When He Lulan and Bai Ningbing heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Such a cultivation paradise was simply tailor-made for the two of them. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and Fire Path as a secondary path. Strength Path Immortal Goo were rare, but she had a lot of Fire Path Immortal Goo. She even had the Fire Path True Inheritance left by her great-aunt, as well as countless Fire Path Immortal Killer moves. Bai Ningbing had just inherited Bai Xiang's True Inheritance. She was not weak either, she had no lack of Immortal Goo and Immortal Killer moves. Right now, what restricted their battle strength was that they had just come into contact with inheritances. They did not have the time to convert their outstanding True Inheritances into actual battle strength. In the regional wall, when they fought against Fang Yuan, this flaw was clearly exposed to them. After Zishan Makoto woke up and gained authority, in order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought the two of them here and used this paradise to train the two immortals. The Ripe Melon Cave was very spacious. The Mushroom Man Goo immortals easily carved out a large area for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to cultivate. After settling these two down, Zishan Makoto left the Mushroom Man paradise. Days passed. Fang Yuan was still inside the Super Goo formation, secretly exploring dream realms. On the surface, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to hide it from everyone. Nobody knew that he was actually exploring dream realms. His gains were already huge. Comparing it to Qi Shang, it was clear. Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. He had over 100 years of life, researching formation path painstakingly before reaching formation path grandmaster attainment level. This age, talent, and achievement were already rare among Goo immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to unravel a dream realm containing formation path true meaning, becoming a formation path grandmaster. Precisely because dream realms were so powerful, they greatly reduced the time needed to accumulate. During the 5 regions chaotic war, all sorts of Goo immortal experts emerged, shining like stars in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a formation path grandmaster, he had also advanced to Dark Path Grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had a new idea about the use of Dark Limit Immortal Goo. I can use Dark Limit Immortal Goo as the core to form an immortal killer move that targets myself and defends against the deductions of other Wisdom Path Goo immortals. Combined with my Dark Path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will definitely be shocking. I can also use Dark Limit Immortal Goo as the core to form an immortal killer move that has the same offensive effect as Dark Arrow Immortal Goo. I have another idea, that is to add Dark Limit Immortal Goo into other immortal killer moves. It should be able to conceal the aura fluctuations of these killer moves. In the future, when I activate them, I can catch people off guard and have an unexpected effect. Actually, for Fang Yuan, what he needed the most were Food Path and Information Path Dream Realms. Food Path could allow him to feed Immortal Goo more conveniently and at a lower cost. The saved resources could be used for his cultivation or resource management. Information Path was even more important. Fang Yuan had a lot of Information Path alliance agreements with him now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, his hands and feet were tied. It was very inconvenient. Furthermore, if his Information Path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to see through many Information Path traps and methods. He might really be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world were not things that could be obtained just because one wanted them. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he explored it, the dream realm related to Zui Yi Hui dissipated. The dream realms that filled in were all strange and absurd. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms casually. Even with Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan waited patiently. Dream realms were constantly changing. But after so many absurd dream realms, Fang Yuan had to divert his attention to other aspects. The development of his immortal aperture was the main focus. Next was to use his newly advanced dark path attainment level to try and deduce some useful immortal killer moves, and finally, to gather information. Celestial Court failed. After losing 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, there had been no movement. The 5 regions were still in a peaceful and stable state. But Wu clan's problems had not subsided. Even though Wu Yong was in charge and mobilized troops to resolve all sorts of conflicts, the other super clans continued to take action. Wu clan was struggling to deal with them. Recently, there was another troublesome matter. The cause was an immortal Gu recipe related to bathing fire immortal Gu. It was accidentally discovered by a mortal Gu master. Once this news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 great clans, the Yao clan and the Wu clan. This immortal Gu recipe was part of the fire path true inheritance left behind by stunning immortal. Over 1,000 years ago, Wu clan and Yao clan fought over this fire path true inheritance. There was enmity between them. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, but neither obtained this fire path true inheritance. It was said that the fire path true inheritance was destroyed, but the sudden appearance of bathing fire immortal Gu recipe gave everyone a new hope. Especially Wu clan and Yao clan, these 2 super forces had to fight for this immortal Gu recipe due to historical reasons. Even if they could not take it away, they could not let them have it. For this, Wu Yong didn't hesitate to send out Wu Yishan and give up guarding the resource point Blood Tide Sinkhole. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level and outstanding battle strength. He acted on orders to end the battle quickly. He soon found out that there was no stunning immortal's true inheritance, only bathing fire immortal Gu's immortal Gu recipe was left. This way, many Gu immortals retreated. They did not want to offend the 2 super forces for an immortal Gu recipe. Yao clan naturally would not give up. They sent their heavyweight Yao Gung. Wu Yiran and Yao Gung had fought 4 times, they won 2 and lost 2, there was only the final and most crucial match left. At this crucial moment, Zishan Makoto secretly came to the location of the battle. In a nameless valley, he saw a mysterious Gu immortal. The mysterious Gu immortal was covered in rainbow light. His appearance was concealed. "You called me here?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right. No matter how you obtain the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, we have already made an agreement. According to the agreement, you need to do 7 things for me." "Alright, which 7? The mysterious Gu immortal agreed quickly. Zishan Makoto's lips curled up. "The first thing is to kill that Wu Yiran." The mysterious Gu immortal was stunned. "Are you sure?" Zishan Makoto's smile widened. He continued, "The second thing is to take Yao Gung's life." The mysterious Gu immortal became vigilant. "What do you want to do?" "You don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to kill these 2 first." Zishan Makoto chuckled. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly. His body vanished on the spot without a trace. Zishan Makoto's smile gradually vanished. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the distant mountain range with a deep and eerie gaze. "Time waits for no man. I do not have much time left. I need to make a move," he muttered to himself. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread. Wu Yiran and Yao Gung were missing. The result of the battle was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken, because from Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, they obtained information that Wu Yiran and Yao Gung were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was furious. Just as he was about to send Gu immortals to investigate this matter, Blood Tide Pit erupted, forming a huge wave of blood that harmed the surroundings. Wu clan quickly sent Gu immortals to suppress it, but they did not expect to find traces of the immortal killer move Collapse Art from the traces at the scene. Collapse Art was a unique immortal killer move created by Yao Gung. The traces at the scene were very clear. The situation became complicated. Is Yao Gung dead or not? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, are there any other clans? Chapter 1346. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of the waves was endless. there was an overwhelming stench of blood, assaulting everyone's noses. Wu Clan's two Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky, looking at the blood sea below them. The former had a solemn expression, while the latter had a bitter expression. The blood flood is spreading, it has already spread over 100,000 li, more than 10 mountains have been submerged. If we do not suppress it, the losses from this calamity will become even more severe. Wu Yuanju said solemnly. Blood Tide Pit was originally guarded by Wu Yiran, but after Wu Yiran died, Blood Tide Pit was destroyed by others. The Gu formation inside was also destroyed, causing an endless blood tide to surge out and spread everywhere, causing this disaster. Rong Hao was worried, but it will not be easy for us to set up a Gu formation to seal the blood tide again. If we add another rank 6, with the combined strength of 3 Gu immortals, we will barely be able to deal with it. These two had rank 6 cultivation level. It was not hard for them to deal with this blood tide, but Wu Yong had a time limit in his orders. If they wanted to complete it within the time limit, they would not be able to do so. But there was no choice. Wu Yong could not spare any more manpower to deal with this situation. During Wu Duxiu's era, Wu Clan's territory continued to expand. Nobody objected to it, because Wu Duxiu alone could suppress the entire situation. Once Wu Duxiu died and Wu Yong took over, Wu Clan only had one rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong showed great ability and methods, Wu Clan's territory was too huge. Under Zishan Makoto's scheme, he made use of the unwillingness of the other super clans. Wu Clan was troubled by several super clans. Wu Yong stayed at the core. He had been mobilizing troops to maintain the situation. But this time, something happened to Wu Yishan. Once he was sacrificed, the Wu clan's defensive line that was in imminent danger immediately had a huge hole. Sending Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao was already Wu clan's limit. Let's give it our all. Even if we have exceeded the time limit, we have done our best. Wu Yuanju sighed and began to attack. Rong Hao quickly cooperated. His surname wasn't Wu, and he was an external supreme clan elder recruited by the Wu clan. Southern borders clans were very xenophobic. It was not easy for Wu clan to break the rules and recruit an outsider Gu immortal. Under the two Gu immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to retreat. Blood Tide Pit was like the mouth of a giant monster, devouring the blood tide outside. The disaster was under control. The situation was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing the blood tide and rebuilding the Gu formation, Rong Hao, you will have to replace Wu Yiran and guard this place. I hope you'll be more careful. Things aren't looking good these days. Rong Hao nodded. I understand. I heard that this blood tide sinkhole wasn't formed naturally, but was deliberately created by Patriarch Blood Sea? Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he meticulously arranged to be buried. Originally, it was inconspicuous, no different from an ordinary sinkhole, but later, a Gu master from Shang clan accidentally entered and obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining blood handprint Gu. This person was Shang clan's previous leader, Shang Yanfei. He has already died on Etion Mountain. After Shang Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, countless blood tides appeared in the sinkhole, flowing endlessly. Wu Duxiu sent Gu immortals to annex this place, turning it into Wu clan's territory. Blood Tide Pit was managed by Wu clan. It quickly became a blood path resource point. Wu clan developed blood path. This resource point contributed a lot. You guys are having a good time. Right at this time, a voice resounded in Rong Hao's mind. Who is it? Rong Hao was shocked. He was about to stop his method and protect himself, but he found that he could not move anymore. He quickly looked at Wu Yuanju with an anxious gaze, hoping that he could help him. But he found out in despair that Wu Yuanju was also immobilized, in the same situation as him. A small figure had unknowingly appeared on Rong Hao's shoulder. He was only the size of a finger. He had wings on his back that resembled cicada wings. His purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than the rank 8 wisdom path Gu Immortal Zishan Makoto. Mini-man Gu Immortal? Wu Yuanju was extremely shocked, his heart sank. Zishan Makoto's aura was concealed, he did not show his rank 8 aura. Rong Hao quickly spoke, as a variant human, you should know that this is the world of humans. Be it because of someone's instigation or your own actions, I advise you not to act rashly. Because we are not only human Gu Immortals, we also belong to Wu clan. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in southern border. If you take our lives, the consequences will be unimaginable. Actually, there is no enmity between us. Our Wu clan does not bully others. If you have any requests, Wu clan might be able to fulfill them for you. We can still be friends. Wu Yuanju added. He cooperated with Rong Hao, using both hard and soft tactics. They had great teamwork. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he started to speak incoherently, his gaze turned dull. Rong Hao was shocked, he blurted out, "You are a wisdom path Gu Immortal?" Saying so, he also started to speak incoherently. Zishan Makoto's wisdom path methods heavily disrupted Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's thoughts. They could not even speak, they were in a terrible state. Gu Immortals needed thoughts to control Gu worms, every action had to be thought before their bodies moved. Zishan Makoto directly disrupted their thoughts, he suppressed them from the start. These two rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have a chance to retaliate. After easily controlling the situation, Zishan Makoto looked at the blood-tied pit, smiling. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. The surging blood tide below him seemed to have quietened down. After a moment of preparation, Zishan Makoto suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a breath of eerie air. The eerie air floated lightly, slowly falling into the blood-tide pit. It was not eye-catching, it was soon engulfed by the blood tide, vanishing without a trace. At this point, Zishan Makoto turned his body slightly, looking far away, he said plainly, "It is your turn." A lump of rainbow light appeared, the person inside spoke with a trembling voice, "You are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can do whatever you want in southern border, why make things difficult for a minor character like me? I have my own plans. When you obtain something, you have to pay a price. When you first inherited the 7 illusions true inheritance, you should have thought of this day." Zishan Makoto said. "But the inheritors before me had never received any orders. Why me?" The mysterious Gu Immortal wrapped in rainbow light said in an unwilling tone. Zishan Makoto sighed, looking towards the direction of Celestial Court, "Maybe, this is your fate. Alright, use Qiao Zhikai's method to kill these two." Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Zishan Makoto wanted this mysterious Gu Immortal to capture these two alive. The mysterious Gu Immortal did not dare to disobey Zishan Makoto's orders. Profound light burst out and transformed, landing on the two Wu clan Gu Immortals. Their souls dissipated and their bodies turned into wooden statues. Zishan Makoto gave up on controlling them, letting these two wooden statues fall into the blood tide. "Follow me," Zishan Makoto said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu Immortal dare to disobey Zishan Makoto? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert, just the Information Path Alliance agreement in the True Inheritance was enough to restrict the mysterious Gu Immortal. The two left immediately, they retreated without hesitation. Of course, Zishan Makoto would not forget to get rid of their traces. In just a short moment, a gale suddenly swept up high in the sky, and countless clouds were completely blown away, revealing a clear sky for thousands of kilometers. The aura of rank 8 was grand and vast, it enveloped the entire area. Wu Yong had an angry expression, his eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who was the one who attacked? Wu Yiran was dead, and now, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were also dead. With Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, Wu clan knew of their deaths immediately. Wu Yong was furious, he moved out personally. Wu clan lost 3 Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, this made Wu Yong's heart ache, he was even more furious. He wanted to see who dared to cross the line and anger Wu clan. But at the next moment, when he saw Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue killer? His pupils shrunk to pin size, Qiao Ji Kai. A moment later, Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Ji Kai rushed to the scene. Blood tide pit had been suppressed again, on the ground that was corroded by the blood tide, there were 2 Wu clan Gu immortal corpses. Qiao clan's first supreme elder, what do you say? Wu Yong had a plain expression, he spoke calmly. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Qiao Ji Kai was. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder, and his signature immortal killer move was wooden statue killer. If ordinary Gu immortals were hit by this move, their souls would dissipate and they would lose their lives, their bodies would turn into wooden statues, but some vitality would be left, they could be planted into trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Qiao Ji Kai immediately clarified, Lord Wu Yong, please allow me to explain. This was definitely not done by me. Someone deliberately framed me. Xiao clan and Wu clan have been allies for a long time, it can be traced back to. Before Qiao Ji Kai could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Yong. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Qiao Ji Kai, I am more willing to believe you. Xiao clan and Wu clan have been connected through marriage for generations, how can our alliance be destroyed by such a thing? Qiao Ji Kai let out a breath of air, he bowed, Lord Wu Yong is wise. Chapter 1347 Southern Border, Tai Clan, Wancheng Mountain. Rumble, a series of muffled sounds engulfed this unremarkable small valley. At the bottom of the valley, a young girl stood. She was tall, her long legs took up almost half of her body, giving her a strong and heroic appearance. At this moment, under her straight brows, her eyes were shining with starlight as she looked at the sky above her head. Huge rocks the size of houses were smashing down on her along the mountain wall. The young girl breathed in deeply, at this moment of life and death, she actually closed her eyes. Hundreds of huge rocks were about to hit her, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light blossomed, it was extremely dazzling, as if a small sun was buried in the whole valley. The light lasted for a moment before vanishing. The rumbling sounds also disappeared shortly after. Countless amounts of gray-white powder scattered and floated down. The young girl bathed in the flying stone powder, and a hint of joy flashed across her determined face. Very good, Tai Ruanan, you have learned the killer move I taught you, you have passed the final test. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me, I will teach you the method to become an immortal. A grand voice resounded in the whole valley. The young girl immediately knelt down, thank you Lord Supreme Elder for your guidance. You abhor evil and have great talent. You are suitable for my lineage's iron mask. Your father was one of the seeds I had chosen, but to think that his daughter's talent is 100 times more outstanding than his, The grand voice suddenly paused. But soon, Tai Ruanan heard, there is an unexpected matter, you should cultivate here for now. Although you have learned the killer move I taught you, you are not familiar with it. During this period of time, you should practice more, wait for my return before making any plans. Yes, Ruanan understands. The young girl respectfully kowtowed, unable to conceal her excitement. Finally, I have finally done it, Lord Father, I have surpassed you. Watch carefully from heaven, I will cultivate to become an immortal, I will possess the strength of a Gu immortal. This world is too dark and chaotic. Only with greater strength can the wicked be severely punished, the kind be rewarded, the righteous be supported, and the world be peaceful. Zhongli, you despicable woman who murdered your own husband. My pitiful brother treated you wholeheartedly, but in the end, you were so heartless that you actually killed him. Today, I will cut you into pieces, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. A young Gu immortal shouted furiously, his rank 7 aura surged out of his body. Fang Yuan, ever since he survived the dream related to Zui Hui, his dark path realm had skyrocketed to the master level. But what followed was an absurd dream. Fang Yuan was cautious and did not want to explore this strange dream. After patiently waiting for a period of time, he finally saw a realistic dream. But in this dream realm, he became a female Gu immortal, and he was very unrestrained. The reason for that was because this female immortal cultivated the Tao of Charm. This path was a small sect, it was a small branch that branched out from Wisdom Path. It was all about fighting with emotions and charming people. Right now, Fang Yuan had turned into a female Gu immortal. She wore a pink dress with a voluptuous neckline and a slit that reached her thighs. Her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was helpless. After all, if he wanted to explore other people's dreams, he would need to be the source of the dream. Of course, becoming a female did not affect Fang Yuan's cold mental state. He was wary of the enemy in front of him while putting his attention into his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan happy was that this female Gu immortal had many immortal Gu. Let's try this Gu first. Fang Yuan injected his immortal essence as he let out a baby's voice. This voice was not under Fang Yuan's control, it was filled with the allure and gentleness of a woman. That young Gu immortal had an imposing aura, but after hearing this voice, his body went soft, his killing intent fell. His momentum faltered as he gritted his teeth, clarity returned to his eyes. Demoness, you dare to play tricks on me. Take my killer move. Saying so, he pushed with both hands, intense winds blew, the world turned dark as countless wind blades flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, he dodged while trying to activate his second immortal Gu. Immediately, Fang Yuan's pink dress turned into a lump of pink fog that coiled around his body, bringing Fang Yuan along as he flew. The speed made Fang Yuan gasp in admiration, it was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The only thing that made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that as he flew further and further, the pink fog around his body decreased. It could originally cover his entire body, but now, it was forced to reveal his snow-white thighs and arms. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running around naked, this sort of shame had long since left him, not to mention this was a dream. His regret was that this immortal Gu's effect could not last long, otherwise, with just this speed, he would be invincible against the enemy in front of him. Slut, you run quite fast. But you will definitely die in my hands today. To kill you and take revenge for my brother, I am willing to pay any price. The young Gu immortal's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. At the same time, he activated an immortal killer move. The emerald green wind condensed into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger flickered with an eerie jade light. Fang Yuan took a look and felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. With just 1 or 2 immortal Gu, I cannot block this immortal killer move. But what immortal killer move does this Zhongli have? I do not know how to use it. While feeling troubled, Fang Yuan quickly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, a mystical force flowed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. 1 immortal Gu and dozens of mortal Gu were activated under this mystical force. This is... Fang Yuan sensed this and was overjoyed. He quickly activated Unravel Dream. Under the influence of this immortal killer move, the mystical force continued to flow and became more abundant. Many Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were gathered together. Next, an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was completely unfamiliar with was formed. Fang Yuan did not know what effect this immortal killer move had. Time waited for no man. At this moment, the young Gu immortal had already used his lips to blow on his palm. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, shooting towards Fang Yuan. It was swift and fierce. Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What effect did the immortal killer move that he used using Unravel Dream have? Whether it could block this Jade Wind dagger, Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but move his fingers, pointing at the young Gu Immortal as he said with a coquettish voice, "Ghost, come quickly." This voice was extremely alluring and seductive, even Fang Yuan himself shuddered when he heard it. Then, a dead ghost really did come. This was a Gu Immortal soul with rank 7 battle strength. It flew out fearlessly towards the Jade Wind dagger. The young Gu Immortal's expression changed when he saw this ghost. He shouted in shock, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhongli, had actually killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "As long as I cancel the killer move, your brother's soul can still be saved. If you have the guts, destroy it too." The young Gu Immortal was furious, but he was afraid of harming his brother's life. He was restrained in the battle. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made a move and quickly turned the situation around. A moment later, he used a flaw in his opponent to kill him. Dream realm passed. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a very small dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one go. After thinking about it, he found that his attainment levels increased not only in Wisdom Path, but also in Soul Path. Enchantment Emotion Path has never truly broken away from Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Dao marks in this world, only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level increased. As for Soul Path, this Zhongli probably cultivates Soul Path as well. Especially her immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly, it has a dense Soul Path component. Fang Yuan analyzed and organized his attainment levels. Right now, he had Grandmaster attainment level of 8 paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path, and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster, Luck Path was Master, Phantom Path was still blank. His Sword Path attainment level was ordinary, his Soul Path attainment level was ordinary, but after Zhang Li's Dream Realm, it rose to Quasi-Master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly, is quite interesting. Even though my Soul Path attainment level is low, I am a Grandmaster in Wisdom Path. The Dream Realm is realistic. There is a high chance that I can recreate a portion of its power. Even though I cannot recreate it completely, I can replicate a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it will not be as good as my modified Vajrabak. Ordinary Gu Immortals would be happy to have some hope, they would start to deduce and modify immortal killer moves. But Fang Yuan was not like that. Recently, his attainment level had risen by a lot. He had countless inspirations and possibilities. He needed to choose the most cost-effective immortal killer move and modify it. Undeniably, this was a happy problem. His Dark Path attainment level rose to Grandmaster. He had the idea of using Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Perseverance Immortal Gu as the core killer moves. This immortal killer move could conceal him even better. His Formation Path attainment level rose. He had a new idea about immortal killer move Vajrabak. This idea made him quite excited. Originally, Vajrabak used Vajra Thought and Perseverance as the cores, but in his imagination, if he could add Precaution Immortal Gu and some Formation Path Mortal Gu, its power would increase by several times. Coincidentally, after Zhang Li's Dream Realm, the Dream Realms that appeared in front of Fang Yuan were not suitable for exploration. Fang Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the immortal killer move Vajrabak. Right when Fang Yuan was rapidly increasing his strength, Qiao Ji Kai and Wu Yong arrived. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was wearing a warrior attire, his chest and legs were covered in light armor, his face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, but because he cultivated the iron mask true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. At the same time, they were the most skilled in investigating the truth in southern borders Gu immortal world. After inspecting the scene and the two corpses, Tai Mianshan said with certainty, Xiao Zhikai did not do it. Xiao Zhikai let out a breath of air. Then who? Wu Yong asked. Someone imitated his immortal killer move, wooden statue kill. This situation is recorded in history. Tai Mianshan replied, I wonder if Lord Wu Yong has heard of the 7 illusions demon immortal? Wu Yong frowned, you mean the inheritor of the 7 illusions true inheritance? It is said that the Gu immortals who inherit the true inheritance have the ability to imitate any Gu immortal's methods in the world. Tai Mianshan, are you sure? Tai Mianshan nodded. My clan had once imprisoned a 7 illusions demon immortal in Demon Suppression Tower. Even though we could not find out the contents of the 7 illusions true inheritance, we know some secrets. For example, this 7 illusions true inheritance has 7 layers. The inheritor can choose, they can choose not to inherit any layer of the true inheritance, or they can inherit all 7 layers of the true inheritance. But every time they inherit a layer of the true inheritance, they have to fulfill an agreement, they have to do something for someone at an uncertain time in the future. The 7 layers of the true inheritance are 7 tasks. To identify the inheritors of the 7 illusions, my clan has already developed a method to distinguish the truth. I used it earlier, it is definitely the 7 illusions demon immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded slightly. His brows furrowed even deeper. Even though he knew the truth, so what? Who was the 7 illusions demon immortal? Who was the person or force behind them? Wu Yong did not know about these questions. Chapter 1348. I can track the 7 illusions demon immortal. Tai Mianshan's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 illusions demon immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 illusions true inheritance. Among the southern border super clans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path. Especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created, Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path to hunt down demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshan used an immortal killer move to investigate the traces here. This way. After confirming the direction, Tai Mianshan flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Xiao Zhikai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshan, the 3 immortals made good progress. An hour later, they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Xiao Zhikai was surprised. Why are we back here? Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Xiao Zhikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart, good guts. Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on blood-tide pit. Roar! The calm surface of the blood-tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate-level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts, there were thousands of them, they charged towards Wu Yong and the other 2 immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Dao beast. They were not born from reproduction, they were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood-tide pit has such a mystical ability? This is a place to incubate blood beasts? Tai Mianshan called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood-tide pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by a mortal Gu master, Shang Yen Fei, before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the blood-tide pit into their territory, they had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days, they treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the 7 illusions demon immortal was hiding here. Xiao Zhikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses, some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits, some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons, and some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Qiao Zhicai and Tai Mianshan remained calm and had no intention of retreating. Because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently, he had been stationed in Wu Clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now, this Seven Illusions demon Immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu Clan's 2 Gu Immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging, their speed did not decrease at all. Just as they were about to reach the 3 Immortals, at this time, a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous, it was very gentle, it was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another. They were right in front of the 3 Immortals, but they had no power, they could not harm the 3 Immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed, I cannot sense it at all. Qiao Zhikai was shocked. Tai Mianshan had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim, his gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up, the overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Qiao Zhikai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path Dao marks had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed, only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu Clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu Immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now, sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, his surroundings changed. The originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The 3 Immortals could not tell if they were close or far, their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh swoosh, the sound of waves entered their ears, the corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the 3 Immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves, countless purple thoughts rained down on the 3 Immortals like a storm. Damn it! Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious. Qiao Zhikai scolded. Tai Mianshan looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super Gu formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression, he snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom! A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the 3 Immortals, Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. Wu Yong did not move, he had a cold expression as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. There was a crisp ding-dong. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm flew out of the tornado, flying towards the blood river at an extremely fast speed. While flying, it grew in size, its body expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a fierce wind dragon that was 220 feet long, baring its fangs and claws as it charged through the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river surged and formed a whirlpool. It was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the wind dragon. Green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes, the wind dragon roared as it turned into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. The blood river whirlpool was directly destroyed by the wind blades, as the wind blades flew out and cut the entire blood river in half. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan stared with wide eyes, they were filled with anticipation, shock, and shock. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move, it was extremely powerful, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not be able to last even half a move. Wu Yong was actually able to use such a powerful immortal killer move easily, it was like it was an instinct, it was as easy as breathing. Lord Wu Yong's every killer move has its aura concealed to the extreme, it is truly unfathomable. Xiao Zhikai's heart shook. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second variation move, it turns into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is not as useless as the rumors say, such immense battle strength, he actually concealed it so deeply. Tai Mianshan's eyes shined with bright light. He looked at Wu Yong's back, he suddenly felt glad that Tai clan and Wu clan had always been allies, they did not fall out. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son, the former was like the wind on the peak of a mountain, the latter was like the wind in the valley. Their styles and personalities were different, but they had the same ferocious battle strength. However, even under Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The broken blood river split into two, it expanded and formed 2 blood rivers, each of them was of the same size as before. Xiao Zhikai's expression changed slightly, to be able to remain unmoved under the attacks of a rank 8 Gu immortal and trap the 3 of them, what method was this? His doubts did not last long, a figure appeared in the blood river and spoke, giving the answer. This is the purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu that your mother left for you, with just that rank 8 light wind Gu, you will not be able to break this formation. Zishan Makoto said. He was not in his mini-man form, he had grown to look like a normal person. As he spoke, his body rose up as an island, floated under his feet. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan's expressions changed, even Wu Yong was moved. Because Zishan Makoto did not conceal his aura, his rank 8 identity was exposed. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong asked in a low voice. Zishan Makoto smiled as he looked at Wu Yong, his purple pupils were like glass. To kill you, of course. Once you die, Wu clan will be shaken, we will be attacked by other clans, we will definitely fall apart. Wu Yong was stunned, he raised his head and laughed loudly. This was the laughter of extreme anger. After laughing for a while, he lowered his head as a fierce light shined in his eyes, such guts. In that case, I will kill you and establish my prestige as a rank 8. As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body. Countless Gu worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan quickly retreated, they felt an immense threat from Wu Yong. Zishan Makoto's smile disappeared. Wu Yong's previous immortal killer moves were silent, his aura was concealed to the limit. But now, he was preparing an immortal killer move, the aura was surging like a tsunami. From this perspective, Wu Yong was fighting with all his strength. What immortal killer move could make Wu Yong unable to conceal his aura? No matter what killer move it was, once it was used, it would be earth-shattering, it would have immense power. How could I let you succeed? Purple Mountain True Monarch's thoughts moved, and countless purple thoughts surged up like a rainstorm. Wu Clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu Clan Gu Immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression, cold sweat rolled down his forehead, his face was pale as a corpse. He cried out in shock, Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu is broken, soul lantern Gu is destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Note, this situation will last until July 24th, I will update on July 25th, to repay my friends who have been supporting me. Recently, I have been in trouble internally and externally. It is not easy to be a professional writer, the pressure is huge, I even suspected that I was suffering from depression. But recently, I have adjusted slightly. It is like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, drinking a cup of cold water. Now, I am starting to balance the material needs of the outside world, and the spiritual pursuit of my heart. Professionalization requires a process of adaptation. I am starting to understand how to treat this profession, my readers, myself, and life. Thank you, friends, for your silent support and understanding. There is a saying. When you want to be a god, you are not far from becoming a demon. I do not welcome gods and demons, I welcome friends and confidants. Chapter 1349. Clan Ancestral Hall. The Clan Ancestral Hall on Wuyi Mountain was a mortal Gu house. It used a large number of rank 5 mortal Gu, although it could not compare to an immortal Gu house, its significance to Wu Clan was extraordinary. Basically, be it a super force or an ordinary clan, they would build an ancestral hall. It stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, or blood rope Gu. The first two were common, while blood rope Gu was rarer. After all, it involved blood path. Even the sects of Central Continent had facilities similar to ancestral halls, they stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, and others. At this moment, Wu Ba Chong was standing in the ancestral hall, staring at the Gu worm fragments on the table. After life tablet Gu shattered, it was like pieces of wood, while after soul lantern Gu was destroyed, it was like a broken ladybug, no longer emitting a dim blue candle light. Although Wu Ba Chong was old, his body was strong like a bear, his hair was white, his nose was wide, his eyebrows were thick, his eyes were fierce, and he was a steady person who dared to take on responsibilities. He was the second supreme elder of Wu Clan, he had weathered many storms and was usually as steady as Mount Tai. But now, his forehead was full of cold sweat, his breathing was irregular, and his firm gaze was in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died. Wu Ba Chong stared at the two mortal Gu fragments. He had been standing here for a while, but his mind was still in chaos. How can this be? A grand rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu clan, died just like this? Wu Ba Chong could not believe it, he could not believe it. Lord Wu Yong, did he die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were mortal Gu, it was not difficult to use some methods. But Wu Yong was currently uncontactable, no matter how Wu Clan tried to contact him, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. This was an indisputable fact. Regardless of whether Wu Yong died or not, his situation was definitely not good. To be able to make a rank 8 Gu immortal end up like this, who could be so ruthless? A rank 8 existence of the demonic path or lone cultivator? It's also the righteous path super clans. Could it be that they are working together to deal with my Wu clan? Wu Ba Chong continued to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more unfocused his gaze became. Wu Du Xiu died, Wu Yong went missing, the huge Wu clan, the number 1 super clan in southern border, actually did not have a rank 8 expert guarding it. This situation was extremely serious, and the Wu clan was already in a precarious situation. What was even more frightening was that the mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. Wu Ba Chong slowly calmed down from the shock, but confusion and fear once again overwhelmed his heart. Usually, when Wu Du Xiu and Wu Yong were above him, he did not feel anything. Now that the two rank 8s were gone, Wu Bachong realized that his supposedly broad shoulders could not carry the burden of Wu clan. During Wu Duxiu's era, he was the second supreme elder. When Wu Yong ascended, he continued to assist him. In terms of qualifications, he could be said to be the oldest and most qualified Gu immortal in all of Southern Border's righteous path. But it was useless. His cultivation level was only rank 7, his battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought old Treeman Bada, he would definitely not be Bada's match. Even in Wu clan, there were many rank 7 Gu immortals who could fight evenly with him. However, he was the first Wu clan higher-up to return after the incident. This gave him the upper hand. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has lost contact, his life token and soul path Gu are destroyed. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, people's hearts will be shaken. Should I suppress the news? Wu Bachong quickly shook his head. Furthermore, this shocking news had already been spread to most of the Wu clan Gu immortals by the rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place. If Wu Yong died, the mastermind who ambushed Wu clan would not let go of this chance to strike Wu clan's morale. Thus, even if Wu Bachong tried to suppress the news, he could not. Then, the urgent matter now is to search for the missing Lord Wu Yong, or to shrink the defensive line and gather the supreme elders outside to defend our headquarters. Wu Bachong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong was filled with danger. To be able to make Wu Yong go missing and destroy his life token and soul path Gu, the mastermind was definitely very strong. Wu clan sending rank 7 Gu immortals to search for him would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. And shrinking the defensive line and summoning the supreme elders back would be a huge change in the clan. A large number of resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces took the chance to invade them, Wu clan's losses would be disastrous. What should he do? Wu Bachong hesitated, he was in a dilemma. After a while, he licked his dry lips, deciding to postpone these two actions for now. He would first gather the Wu clan Gu immortals with his status as the second supreme elder to discuss. After coming to a conclusion, he would carry it out. Wu Yong went missing and could not be contacted. A huge storm started to form around Wu clan. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed while multitasking, listening to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited White Rabbit's true inheritance. This true inheritance was very famous in Southern Border. The inheritor had to have a pure heart. And in the following cultivation process, they had to maintain this pure heart. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance methods could not be used. If they were forcefully used, they would suffer backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trusted. She had good relations with lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Wuan saw this and convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the middleman to manage the immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report to Fang Yuan about the situation of the immortal opportunity business. Even though Fang Yuan had never gained any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, listening to the business could help him understand the changes in the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly, her voice was soft like water. As she reported, she looked at Fang Yuan's face with a gentle gaze. Fang Yuan had Wu Yihai's appearance now. He had a handsome face, his nose bridge was tall and his nose was wide, he had a strong masculine aura. Lady White Rabbit was already in love with him. She purposely spoke slowly. She treasured this time when she was alone with Fang Yuan. But every time Fang Yuan met her, he spoke very little. He would only greet her with 2 sentences. One was for Lady White Rabbit to sit down and report, the second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt that she was of low birth and could not match up to Fang Yuan. Being able to interact with Fang Yuan like this every once in a while, she felt very happy. She felt extremely blessed. At this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice paused. Because she saw that Fang Yuan's expression changed. This was a rare situation. Lady White Rabbit became worried, thinking, what happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter a problem in his cultivation? Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, he opened the door to the palace. Yihai, it's already like this, yet you actually still have the mood to be carefree and leisurely. Are you going out with someone? A female immortal rushed into the palace. Lady White Rabbit turned around. She saw that it was a young girl about 16 years old. She wore a green dress, her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was slim, she moved like a willow in the wind. Her features were exquisite, especially her eyes, they were the most eye-catching. Under the cover of her thick eyelashes, they were like ripples on a clear lake. She is Qiao Clan's fairy Si Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized her, she panicked and lowered her gaze. She knew this person's relationship with Fang Yuan. In reality, a while ago, Fang Yuan and Xiao Si Lu's scandal had spread far and wide. Fairy Si Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the 3 fairies of southern border. Only a person like this is worthy of Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought to herself, a sour feeling brewed in her heart. Xiao Si Lu glanced at Lady White Rabbit who had her head lowered. She seemed unintentional, but she placed great importance on her. Xiao Clan wanted to use a honey trap to make Wu Yihai their son-in-law. How could Xiao Si Lu not pay attention to Fang Yuan's information? And in Fang Yuan's information, Xiao Si Lu was already familiar with Lady White Rabbit. This time, it was the first time Xiao Si Lu met Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was like a jade statue, her eyes were like rubies, her rabbit ears were fluffy and drooped down, she looked very pitiful. Even though looking closely, her looks were not as good as Xiao Si Lu, but men usually liked such cute and voluptuous beauties. But now is not the time to bicker with her. Xiao Si Lu snorted coldly in her heart. She walked past Lady White Rabbit and quickly arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already opened his eyes. He got up from the bed and looked at Xiao Si Lu with a smile. Fairy's sudden visit is truly a pleasant surprise. Lady White Rabbit stood far away. She looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, thinking, Wu Yihai smiled again. I have not seen him smile for a long time. When he smiles, it is like the sun in spring. If he could smile at me like this, how good would it be? Xiao Si Lu inspected Fang Yuan and interrupted Fang Yuan's pleasantries. It seems like you really don't know. Sigh, what I am going to say next will only be shock and no joy. Fang Yuan's expression changed. What happened? Xiao Si Lu did not answer directly. She turned slightly and said to Lady White Rabbit, Young lady, you can leave first, I have something to discuss with your lord. Lady White Rabbit was slightly stunned. Fang Yuan waved his hand. White Rabbit, leave. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's order. She quickly replied and left the hall. The door closed. Xiao Si Lu said, Wu Yong is missing, his life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu have both shattered. The outside world does not know about this, but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Fang Yuan shook intensely. This news was too shocking. Life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu shattered, it meant that Wu Yong might have died already. He was the pillar of Wu clan. If he really died now, how could Wu clan's huge assets be protected? Chapter 1350. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Take over the Wu clan. Xiao Si Lu's words immediately made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that the Wu clan was a great clan, and it wasn't an ordinary great clan. It had always been very powerful and had always been the #1 clan in the southern border's history. The Wu clan was a huge clan with a huge business. They had all kinds of resource points, deep foundations, and abundant treasures. If he could take control of such a superpower and become the #1 person, then Fang Yuan would not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Now, Fang Yuan's assets were not small. Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo trade, Dragonfish trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, as well as Star Fragment Grass, Star Dart Goo, Star River Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Spirit Snake trade was also developing. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan was making a fortune every day. If the assets in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were included, he had the foundation of an ordinary rank 8 Goo immortal. If he added Wisdom Goo and Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and City Well in Eastern Sea's turbulent flow sea area, Fang Yuan had already surpassed ordinary rank 8s. However, compared to a superpower, Zero Wing's capital paled in comparison. Any super force, even if they did not have a rank 8 great expert now, they had appeared in history before, their foundation was extremely deep. Coupled with the various resource points that the superpowers controlled in the 5 regions, they could easily leave an asset like Fang Yuan in the dust. For example, the Blood Tide Pit that was once controlled by the Wu clan had a higher output than Fang Yuan's Arowana trade. The Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to the Blood Tide Pit. Compared to Blood Tide Pit, there were even more resource points like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. There were close to 10 peak resource points that were better than the Blood Tide Sinkhole. Don't forget, there were the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's Goo immortals, as well as the blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by Wu clan's ancestors. Of course, superpowers often had high income, but they also had high expenses. Love goes small, say Netku. The Wu clan was currently in a situation where their assets were greater than their strength. When Wu Yong was around, they could only barely hold on. Now that Wu Yong was gone, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend it. They would have to spit out some of it. Even so, if Fang Yuan was able to take control of the Wu clan, his benefits would definitely be immense, and it would far exceed the standard of working alone. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He glanced at Xiao Si Lu and immediately understood her intentions. Just as Xiao Si Lu said, once Wu Yong left, Fang Yuan's Wu Yi High identity would be the first choice to take over as Wu clan's first supreme elder. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan did not doubt the veracity of Xiao Si Lu's words because it was too easy to verify. Xiao Si Lu had come in a hurry, showing her sincerity. Fang Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a big thing happened. I didn't even know about it. The urgent matter now is to return to Wu clan as soon as possible. Wu Bachong has already gathered the supreme elders to discuss. Many Gu immortals have returned. Even if they could not return in time, their wills would be present, but they left you out. Their intentions are obvious. Xiao Si Lu said anxiously. Using Wu Yi Hai, this was the best opportunity for Qiao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time, I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of first supreme elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Yi Hai, don't forget that you still have me, my Qiao clan is behind you. Xiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Xiao Ji Kai take care of me? Xiao Si Lu's expression froze. She hesitated but did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan, saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wu Yong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, there is also Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshen. They were investigating Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. What is going on? Xiao Si Lu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Fang Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Xiao Zhikai is not here. How will Xiao clan help me? Don't worry about this. Xiao clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Xiao Si Lu said. Fang Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Xiao clan was the weakest clan among southern borders super forces. But they were united. Even though Xiao Zhikai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need resources, he needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the number one person in Wu clan, and the benefits were huge, Fang Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits, he had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first supreme elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wuyi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in. But it is not wise to reject Xiao Si Lu. If I offend Xiao clan, the relationship will break, it will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Fang Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Xiao Si Lu was so anxious she wanted to stamp her feet. Hai, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking, I cannot accept it immediately, let me think first. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing, let's go now, think on the way. Xiao Si Lu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Xiao Si Lu was stunned. What do you mean? Fang Yuan said, if we go back like this, what will Wu clan's supreme elders think? They are not idiots. Wu Hai, led Xiao clan to take over the position of first supreme elder, but I ignored brother Wu Yong's life, and led outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way, there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength, my reputation is lacking, how can I take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Si Lu blinked her eyes, thinking, Wu Hai's words seem to be reasonable. Then are we going to bide our time and let Wu Bachong lead the situation and take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Si Lu asked. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, he could not easily dismiss Xiao Si Lu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush? Xiao Si Lu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan had a profound smile, he looked at Xiao Si Lu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Bachong cannot lead the situation, right? Xiao Si Lu was stunned again. Wu clan, discussion hall. Bam! Wu Bachong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily, Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it, are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing at the center of the hall with his head held high, he looked at Wu Bachong, second supreme elder, you are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead, just the destruction of Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu cannot represent the truth. Look at you, you are sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now, you should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu clan is facing a huge crisis, we should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Bachong should lead the situation, he is the second Supreme Elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu clan needs a leader. Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say, your surname is Wu, not Xiao. In the hall, several Gu immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Bachong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly. In terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of first Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the second Supreme Elder take up the position? Do you think this is a Central Continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yihai not here? Did you inform Wu Bachong? Several Gu immortals spoke up. Most of their main bodies were guarding outside. The ones who came were basically Gu immortal wills. Wu Bachong observed their expressions. He showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up and patted his forehead, sighing, I was rash, I was worried about the clan. You are right, we should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I am also willing to listen to him. Once he said that, the Gu immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Bachong trying to do? The result of Wu clan's discussion soon reached Fang Yuan. Qiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with joy. This is great, we did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu clan. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former third supreme elder of Wu clan had already been bribed by Qiao clan. But Wu Bachong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing. It made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Qiao Si Lu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer. He walked around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex. The mastermind did not show up, Wu Yong's fate was unknown, everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan was being held back. He had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Fang Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu clan's Gu immortals, Qiao clan's Gu immortals beside him, southern border situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Qiao clan and Wu clan. He wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Bachong's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Qiao Si Lu. Since I am in charge, I will give the orders. Hi, this is the decisiveness of a man. Qiao Si Lu's eyes shined as she praised. Fang Yuan continued, right now, the mastermind is still unknown, the most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu clan's Gu immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wuyi Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps. Qiao Si Lu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu clan's internal affairs. He did not treat her as an outsider. Qiao Si Lu was overjoyed. She said, this is the safest method. But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points. The surrounding super forces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now. We can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges. Fang Yuan sighed. All right. Let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wuyi Mountain. Qiao Si Lu agreed with Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan shook his head. No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed, we are merely rank 7s, won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous. Fang Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Xiao Si Lu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly. That makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal Gu house, it will be safer. Fang Yuan finally managed to calm Xiao Si Lu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the Super Gu formation, but how long could this situation last? Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Even Fang Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the Purple Blood River formation. The Blood River was raging, it had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mianshan shouted, the iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom, they shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mianshan without any obstruction. Damn it! Tai Mianshan gritted his teeth, he was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close. Tai Mianshan turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts, there were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Tai Mianshan let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the super forces had their own territories, they had been in southern border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot, and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance, they were in a stalemate. Once Wu Duxiu died, this balance was broken, the other super forces cooperated to find trouble with Wu clan. But as long as this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Duxiu and suppress southern border. Chapter 1352. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose, it was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love Go Small Say Netkatu Ho Clan Gu Immortal stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling, the fog seemed to have covered the entire golden peak, the huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon, it produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time, Wu clan snatched it from us. A Ho clan Gu Immortal sighed, but now, it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho clan Gu Immortal nodded, his body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time, after it faded, his appearance changed, he turned into a famous demonic path Gu Immortal. He nodded to the Ho clan Gu Immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu clan Gu Immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Fang Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other super forces. However, Ho clan was a righteous path force, they could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set, Ho clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu Immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annexed Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact, it would not be easy for Wu clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho clan would have many excuses, like, we helped your Wu clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon, we need some compensation. That would be a headache for Wu clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the righteous Dao were good at. Unless Wu clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho clan had to retreat. Ho clan's Gu Immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love go small say Netku. Sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Shio shio shio. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu clan's Gu Immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho clan's Gu Immortal's gaze was grim, he shouted as a majestic blade chi slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter, and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared, they used blade chi immortal Gu. Wu clan's Gu formation was only a mortal Gu formation, how could it match a rank 7 immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho clan Gu Immortals had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going? A Ho clan Gu Immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above, it was 180 feet tall. Poison waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. Kill, kill. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu clan's Gu Immortals were forced to retreat, they were already at the final line of defense. Wu clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location, he shouted at the enemies, "Your Yang clan is truly despicable, you dare to sneak attack my Wu clan. Humph. Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years, you have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today, we will settle our old and new grudges." Yang clan's Gu Immortal leader was young, he charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it! Wu clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang clan came prepared, they had the advantage in numbers. Wu clan's Gu masters lost, they could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang clan's Gu masters defeated Wu clan, they cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang clan Gu Immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently, they had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang clan and Wu clan's territory. Yang clan had planned for a long time, they had already split off a group of Yang clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, these were small conflicts between mortals, unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point, it produced some poison path mortal Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang clan only needed to charge in and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land, Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble. The sound of river water was like thunder, it resounded in the ears of Yao clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red and red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers. Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River, these two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river, waves were rumbling, it was very dangerous. Southern border's three rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. This place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced transformation path zombie Gu and chi path zombie chi Gu. Before Southern Border's Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed, they had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu Clan, to make it their headquarters, but Wu Clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now, this place belongs to my Yao Clan. Yao Clan's Gu Immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu Clan's territory. After taking over this corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu Clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao Clan occupied corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu Clan's territory. News of Wu Yong's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time, they were not fighting alone. Yao Clan, Yang Clan, and Ho Clan were just 3 of them. In Wu Clan's headquarters, there was a commotion. Damn it! These 3 clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu Clan. We lost 3 territories, especially corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then, Wu Clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack, we need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house, why are we afraid of them? Wu Clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously, some argued endlessly, some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu Clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Bachong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The super forces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu Clan was surrounded by enemies. They lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yong's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu Clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong, sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu Clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness. Especially when he looked at Wu Qiao, his lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Qiao was the Wu Clan Gu immortal who had been guarding corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel, his expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice. He was like a steel statue. Stop arguing, keep quiet. Wu Bachong spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him. The discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Bachong was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, Wu Clan is in such a huge situation, we are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Yi-hai should make a decision. Wu Qiao frowned. Wu Clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Fang Yuan. They grumbled, our clan is in such a huge situation, but Lord Wu Yi-hai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit. The Gu immortal who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu Clan's letter soon reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation, he had already expected it. It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here. Fang Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days, he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was not good, the windows here were all showing absurd dream realms, Fang Yuan could not do anything about them. Chapter 1353. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days, Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for Vajra back killer move, Fang Yuan had already modified it, he only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Gu Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Gu to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. At this time, Qiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Fang Yuan willed as the door opened. Qiao Si Lu's expression was grim, she had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan invading Wu clan's territory, Ba clan and Xia clan also attacked Xiao clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba clan and Xia clan were to the north of Qiao clan, they had territories that bordered Qiao clan. Qiao clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit, they were annexed by Ba clan and Xia clan respectively. After Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao Ji Kai mysteriously disappeared, Qiao clan gathered their Gu immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way, Ba clan and Xia clan's invasion went smoothly. Qiao clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the Returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Qiao clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path super forces. This time, they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Fang Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folk tale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake. But Wedding Dress Lake produced all sorts of clothing Gu. For example, Fire Cloak Gu, Water Cloak Gu, Wood Armor Gu and so on. In the history of Qiao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal Gu. As for the sky returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path Dao marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Qiao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan, but it was a pity that the Qiao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Qiao Zhizai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Qiao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Qiao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Xiao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Qiao to come with the immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan said to Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Xiao clan's situation forced Qiao Si Lu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Qiao Si Lu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Xiao clan only had one immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Xiao clan Gu immortals, we will leave together this time. Fang Yuan said. Qiao Si Lu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Qiao Si Lu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are. And it is too easy to find such an excuse. Fang Yuan said plainly. Also, don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu. Fang Yuan added. Qiao Si Lu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Fang Yuan looked at this Super Gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster and had lived here for so long, Fang Yuan's understanding of this Super Gu formation was very deep. Modifying this Gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal Gu from it. After making the decision, Qiao Si Lu called Xiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Bo. Pack up. When Wu clan's immortal Gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Qiao Bo quickly accepted the order, before stammering, I wonder when they will arrive? I can make arrangements for them. Qiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand, no need to rush. I have just contacted them, there is still some time. Qiao Bo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu clan's headquarters is close to Tian Mountain, with an immortal Gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way, I can complete my final business. After Qiao Bo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the immortal opportunity business. Wu clan and Xiao clan's situation was getting worse. The Gu immortals of Xiao clan and Wu clan were panicking. The immortal opportunity business was also affected. Xiao clan had 2 Gu immortals guarding the Super Gu formation. Qiao Bo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the immortal opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the immortal opportunity business will not work. There might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiao Bo met with the demonic path Gu immortal fairy Miao Yin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiao Bo had an excited expression, his eyes darted around as he sized up fairy Miao Yin. Even though fairy Miao Yin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She was on par with Qiao Si Lu. All along, fairy Miao Yin had been entering the Super Gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of dream path Gu materials as well. Even though Wu clan, Xiao clan, and other super forces wanted to purchase these dream path Gu materials from her, fairy Miao Yin tactfully and firmly rejected them. Let's go in first. Qiao Bo said as he looked at the 2 Gu immortals behind fairy Miao Yin. According to the usual practice, every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Qiao Bo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 Gu immortals. At the same time, in Wu clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wuan. "Lord Wuan, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry?" Wuan nodded. "The situation is not good, you must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter, and there is no need to worry. My Wu clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the immortal opportunity business, wait for us to return." Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly, "Before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wu Yi, can I?" "This." Wuan showed a troubled expression. "Lord Wu Yi is currently in closed cultivation, deducing an immortal killer move, he might not have time to meet you." Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling, I want to meet Lord Wu Yi, just once." "Isn't he leaving too?" "I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out, is that okay?" Wuan sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wu Yi could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wu Yi's eyes. It is a pity. Wuan felt a sense of pity. He nodded. "All right, stay here, when Lord Wu Yi comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you." "Thank you, thank you." Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed, she thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 immortal Gu in his hand. Immortal Gu Precaution. This Gu worm was the size of 2 adult palms, it looked like a longhorn beetle, it had a black carapace and was extremely heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Fang Yuan had already refined it, it was floating in the air on its own, allowing Fang Yuan to observe it. This immortal Gu was one of the 2 immortal Gu that Fang Yuan received after joining Wu clan as Wu Yi. As the name implied, this immortal Gu's effect was to provide protection for the Gu immortal. It was rule path, it had a flaw, it needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for Gu immortals. Especially in those intense battles, 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds, the process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a Gu immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Gu. However, once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated, after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding. It was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Gu. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Chapter 1354. Genius in 1 second. Remember love, go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of mortal Gu, followed by Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, before adding more mortal Gu. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution Immortal Gu. Guh. The divination tortoise that Fang Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed, but Precaution Immortal Gu was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Fang Yuan felt dizzy, the failure of the immortal killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh, its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Gu could activate its power, the entire Immortal Killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had used Affection Immortal Gu and other Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move many times. There should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Feng Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Feng Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Feng Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Gu. Once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated, it would expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time, but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Feng Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some time path Gu worms to make up for the difference in time. Feng Yuan's time path attainment level was very ordinary, it had not risen much. Because he had never encountered a dream realm related to time path. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods, he could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea, or even an incense stick. A day passed, and Feng Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day, Feng Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed. Wu Clan's Immortal Gu house was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Feng Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, human mountain range. In this place, lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain. On some of the mountain peaks, there were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Gu immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. One of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters. The ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path. Because he had gained a lot from reading the legends of Renzu, he also had Human Path killer moves. In his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Gu Immortal experts and great experts would all read the legends of Renzu. The legends of Renzu contain the human path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the #1 true inheritance in the Gu Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance or Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Renzu's human path true inheritance was only a portion of information in the legends of Renzu. The profundity of human path was contained in this information, which Gu immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence, and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal, because he read the legends of Renzu, he could successfully create all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading the legends of Renzu. After he died, he left behind the human path methods he comprehended, to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other super clans. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Gu immortals of the super forces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Gu masters would appear. These Gu masters did not have the main clan bloodline, their loyalty would be greatly reduced, there was no value in nurturing them into Gu immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Gu immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan, there would be conflicts. But Chai clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude, there were very few Gu masters, not to mention Gu immortals. In contrast, Chai clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Gu immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other super forces. According to the conjectures of other super forces, Chai clan's abnormal situation should be due to the human path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation, because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the three great rivers. Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River. Each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position, it sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top. Looking from the map of Southern Border, the entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words, it suddenly protruded in the middle, it was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu clan's territory. It formed a whirlpool in the center of the river. On the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast. At the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable. Every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here, the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced, it was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of three super forces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha. The intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba clan's Mansion Mountain was below, and Xia clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment, it was no exception. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder was sitting on his seat, his gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Fang Yuan. In the letter, Fang Yuan represented Wu clan as Wu Yi Hai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai clan to attack Xia clan and Ba clan. This matter was extremely important. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba clan and Xia clan. Wu clan's intention is clear, they want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai clan will have to face two super forces at the same time. If these two let go of Wu clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage, we will not be able to retaliate. A Chai clan Gu Immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu Immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, "We can choose one of them to fight." Even though Wu clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai clan has been reproducing for so many years, we have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs one Gu Immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai clan Gu Immortal shook his head and sighed, he was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai clan's advantage is that we have human path methods, our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of one or even two of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources, becoming the number one force in southern border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai clan's first supreme elder was silent. After listening for a while, he looked at a Gu Immortal in the hall. Yu Yan, tell us your opinion. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now, it was the hard work of several generations, there was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle, and to what extent should we restrict this battle? First Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu Immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu Immortals in the hall nodded. Almost at the same time. Southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Chi clan's headquarters. Chi clan's first supreme elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Chi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border, to the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Qiao clan. Chi clan and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Chi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River, it had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu Immortals cultivated soul path and had outstanding battle strength, they had always been a threat to Chi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Chi clan had many conflicts, they had a long history. To the right of Yang clan, along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Chi clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Qiao clan and Chi clan did. Qiao clan was supported by a certain generation's first supreme elder of Wu clan. Qiao clan was at the center of southern border's western region, they resisted Ba clan and Xia clan to the north, Chi clan to the west, they could even restrain Yang clan in the southwest of southern border. Chi clan and Xiao clan had conflicts from time to time, everyone knew that Qiao clan was Wu clan's watchdog. Thus, Chi clan and Wu clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Chi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Chi clan had made things difficult for Wu clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Etion Mountain, Qi clan cooperated with Wu clan and started the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Yi, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi clan to deal with Yang clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved, because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. The Immortal Goo House had set off long ago, but something happened along the way. It was delayed for some time. No matter who it was, or if it was an accident, Fang Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this Immortal Goo House. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Fang Yuan too much improvement. Many things had happened during this period. Toward such a treasure land, Fang Yuan was reluctant to leave. Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress. Humph, what Black Tigress, it is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament. But small fries like you, don't even think about, ugh. Before Wuan finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move. Not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. Love goes small, say Netku. What killer move is this? When did I get hit by it? At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wu An's ears. Enjoy it, this was meant for Wu Yi. It is a pity that I did not get to see him. The moment he said that, Wuan completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom! 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 Wuan had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move, when the Super Goo formation shook intensely. The Super Goo formation was attacked. What is it? The Righteous Path Goo Immortal stationed here reacted. Someone is attacking the Goo formation. They are inside the Goo formation. Soon, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gui, found the problem. He informed the Righteous Path Goo Immortals. The Immortals' hearts sank. The Super Goo formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Goo formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Xiao clan is in trouble. A Righteous Path Goo Immortal who was close to Xiao clan's base transmitted. Damn it, I said that this Immortal Opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Xiao clan is playing with fire. Look! Ba Quan Fong screamed. Ba clan had not participated in the Immortal Opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating Righteous Path Goo Immortals went silent. Don't worry, even so, our Qi clan ancestor is prepared. This Super Goo formation has a hidden formation within the formation. It has 4 layers. These demonic Path Goo Immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer. Qi Gui raised the morale. He also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Qi clan was one of the main parties in the Immortal Opportunity business. That's right, just a few rats. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom! With a huge explosion, the entire Goo formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of Goo worms died, several immortal Goo were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Qi Gui was shocked. They actually found the formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared. They did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the Goo formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Activate, quickly activate the Goo formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals are all dead. Chapter 1357. Right at this time, a powerful aura arose outside the Super Gu formation. Soon, it was discovered by the Righteous Path Gu immortals controlling the Gu formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising, so strong. A rank 8 Gu immortal? The Righteous Path Gu immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a Gu immortal, it is an immemorial desolate beast. It is? Before he could finish his sentence. Boom! The entire Super Gu formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire Gu formation was shaking intensely, the hall formed by the Gu formation crumbled and broke apart. At once, heaven and earth collapsed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the Gu formation, but the Righteous Path Gu immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between Gu formations and killer moves. Even though Gu formations were killer moves in formation path, after the Gu formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the Gu worm's movement. When the Gu formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the ancient battle formation was not included. Once the ancient battle formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals would suffer severe backlash. Especially the Gu immortals controlling the formation. Cough, cough. Smoke and dust rose. The hall that Fang Yuan was in was completely destroyed, mortal Gu were constantly being restored at the edges, Gu worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the Super Gu formation, the dream realm that was completely covered and concealed was now exposed. Many Righteous Path Gu immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid immemorial desolate beast, it stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws, its hair was disheveled and its body was pitch black. Gu immortals, so many Gu immortals, I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid immemorial desolate beast growled, it was extremely excited. It is. A Righteous Path Gu immortal pointed at this immemorial desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zhuyi Hui. Fang Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the Gu immortals' cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing Super Gu formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan didn't expect Zhuyi Hui to show up. This legendary primordial desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals did not know him. Zhuyi Hui's appearance shook the Righteous Path and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Especially when the Super Gu formation was destroyed, the Righteous Path only had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals, what could they use to resist? Flesh and blood? In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 Gu immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Jioga and Lu Guanyi. Hold on. Don't panic, our Gu formation has 4 layers. Just now, the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move, enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Qi Gui stood up. He was the leader arranged by Qi clan. This Super Gu formation was created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gui naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the Gu formation, it shined brightly. The Gu formation's disintegration stopped, the outer Gu formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The 3rd layer of the Gu formation appeared in front of Zhuyi Hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the Gu formation. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly retreated into the Gu formation. Fang Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not, Shadow Sect, which had a wisdom path rank 8 Gu immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Fang Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was a clear advantage. At the same time, Fang Yuan had another advantage: immortal Gu houses. Wu clan's immortal Gu house was on the way. Most Gu formations could not be moved, but immortal Gu houses could. Moreover, the power of immortal Gu houses could increase according to the amount and quality of immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu clan's immortal Gu house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. Tisk, so troublesome. Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended third layer of the Gu formation as she frowned. This is hard to deal with. He Lulan sighed. At this time, Ing Wu Xie's cold laughter entered their ears. No worries, just dodge. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan shuddered. They quickly retreated. Roar. At the next moment, Zui Yi Hui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zui Yi Hui were all uprooted. It was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zui Yi Hui breathed in deeply, its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the third layer of the Gu formation. Everything was eerily silent. The third layer of the Gu formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light. It quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zui Yi Hui had attacked the super Gu formation as well. The first few times, it was just a test. It was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight. With He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin's cooperation, the fourth layer of the Gu formation was destroyed. Most of the righteous path Gu immortals did not see these attacks clearly. But this time, they had all witnessed Zui Yi Hui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped, endless darkness engulfed them, time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom! Another thunderous sound resounded in the world. It almost broke the immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook. The third layer of the Gu formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The righteous path Gu immortals had pale expressions. They injected immortal essence into the Gu formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the Gu formation was only half destroyed. It was still intact. This super Gu formation was created by rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu himself. It was made with a large number of immortal Gu and mortal Gu from southern borders righteous path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Yi Hui. The righteous path Gu immortals did not suffer any casualties. I am still alive. Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zui Yi Hui's signature method, immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone cheered. Qi Gue was covered in cold sweat. He said, "This is the super Gu formation created by our first Supreme Elder. How could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact." Immortal killer move Grey Knight. It is different from what I encountered in the dream realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Zui Yi Hui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Zui Yi Hui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 Gu Immortals edition? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ning Bing, and He Lulan arrived before the Super Gu formation again. They saw the damaged third-layer Super Gu formation but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time, Wuxia, as well as many demonic path Gu Immortals and lone cultivators. Shadow sect lacked manpower, but they did not lack resources. Normally, demonic path Gu Immortals and lone cultivators lacked resources, they spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Makoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of demonic path Gu Immortals and lone immortals. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these southern border Gu Immortals were not fools, they waited for Zui Yi Hui to activate Grey Knight before showing up with Wuxia. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing and people's hearts. In the eyes of these demonic path and lone immortals, not only did they have the wisdom path rank 8 great expert Zishan Makoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Yi Hui. The outcome of this battle was already set, they were the victors. Everything is as Zishan Makoto predicted, attack the Gu formation's gaps separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands the gap will obtain multiple rewards. Wuxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the Super Gu formation fiercely. The Righteous Path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the Gu formation, buy time for me. Qi Gui shouted. Zui Yi Hui has already used Grey Knight twice, it is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while, it is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Ba De shouted. Fang Yuan squinted, he had been observing Zui Yi Hui, he saw that after Zui Yi Hui used Grey Knight, it fell into a weakened state, it breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many southern border Gu Immortals here, many of them were familiar with history, they had a good understanding of Zui Yi Hui. After all, whenever Zui Yi Hui appeared and caused chaos in southern border's righteous path Gu Immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. Although he and Wuan did not get along normally, they were both Wu clan Gu Immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wuan, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wuan. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no, Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7, her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit, he was in danger instead. Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match. Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao who was about to attack again, his gaze was filled with cold killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu Immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Ba De and the rest to survive. Like this, Qi Gui focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Xiao clan were in trouble, their reputation was at rock bottom, Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Qi Gui, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu Immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time. And the demonic Path Gu Immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any demonic path or lone cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Etion Mountain. Even though the righteous path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the demonic path, the righteous path was more stable, they had a lot of resources and could easily nurture Immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's righteous path would suppress the demonic path and lone cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and by Ning Bing's battlefield for a while, he looked at the rest before stopping on Fong Yuan. Wu Yi Hai. He murmured this name in his mind, and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yi Hai and teach Wu Clan a lesson. But now, they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu Clan and make Ba Clan flourish. But now, he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yi Hai, he still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being, when the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Bada could be said to have grasped Fong Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu Clan and Xiao Clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around, she was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7, this was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Fong Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Fong Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin, compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men, they were all elites. But now, there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. The righteous path Gu Immortal let go of his hand, the demonic path Gu Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path Gu Immortal with a high nose bridge and wearing battle armor said with a cold and disappointed expression. Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xianxia, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to, ugh. The three Gu Immortals attacking Tai Junjian were about to ridicule him, when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xianxian's body. The three Gu Immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xianxian was very calm, he even slowly closed his eyes and said, "It's no use, I have already seen your moves, your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment. Fuck you." A Gu Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With 3 soft sounds, 3 sword chi flashed, it was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew, the 3 Gu Immortals who were attacking Tai Xianxian earlier were all killed, their life force extinguished. Ha ha ha. He Lulan laughed wildly, the injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now, he looked at He Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guili was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. He Lulan seemed to sense it. She showed a mocking smile. Where do you think you can escape to? What do you mean? Shang Guili felt something amiss, an intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh! Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant, Shang Guili turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield. It was extremely mournful. He Lulan's gaze was cold. So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements. Chai Huaxiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit, his eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ning Bing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, but from Chai Huaxiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Hui? Chai Huaxiong could only fight. Bai Ning Bing's battle strength was even higher than He Lulan. Because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance, all of her ice and snow path immortal gu were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. Fang Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet, what is he doing? Fang Yuan was getting more and more worried. Oh no, so much time has passed. This Purple Blood River formation not only contains the profundities of Wisdom Path, Blood Path, Phantom Path, and Information Path, it also contains Time Path methods. Inside this Gu formation, the 3 Gu immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the Purple Blood River formation for long. But after breaking the Gu formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no! It seems that rank 8 Gu Immortal did not want to fight us to the death, he simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank, he quickly contacted his clan. The Purple Blood River formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the 3 immortals contacted their clans, and soon, their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The 3 immortals were dumbfounded, to think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Qiao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other Gu immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Qiao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super Gu formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic Path Gu immortals eat? They actually dare to attack the Super Gu formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains Gu immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Hui is being controlled? These righteous Path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the giant dream realm. Let's go, we will reinforce the super goo formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border, I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mianshan expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression, my brother is still there, I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Xiao Zhikai quickly cooperated, Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother, you are truly kind and considerate, you are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny bamboo building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Tian Mountain. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had the same action as Wu Yong. I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the four elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shiqing used to train his son had made Fang Yuan suffer a lot. The four elements thought path was a biased formation path concept, I lack earth path immortal goo, I can use other immortal goo to replace them, they do not have to be of earth path. Use dark path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all four elements, I can definitely construct the second layer of the goo formation. Fang Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling. Because right now, he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in dark path immortal goo, it will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, he had some understanding of Zhuo Yi Hui's signature killer move. Why? Because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult, Fang Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unraveled dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Zhuo Yi Hui's signature killer move had a different form, it was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley. And the grey light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a super goo formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But, this way, I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Because this is the only Dark Path Immortal Goo I have. Dark Limit Immortal Goo is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the goo formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Qi Gui and Ba Quan Feng away from me, you have to stop anyone who comes in. Fang Yuan turned around and ordered Ba De. Ba De knew the severity of the situation, without saying anything, he grabbed the two goo immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient Wisdom Path Desolate Beast, Transformation Path Dao Marks turned into Wisdom Path. With a series of Wisdom Path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid. Because not only did he know the details of the goo formation, he also knew about the four elements goo formation, he also knew about the Dark Limit Immortal Goo that he had used for a long time, even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar! Zhuo Yi Hui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow sects members had joyful expressions, they quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no, Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick, retreat into the goo formation. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals did not know the details, They thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Bada could not help but urge. He was the most nervous. If Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. All right. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes. He took out dark limit immortal goo and many mortal goo. Bada was stunned. He said anxiously with a trace of fear, "This is a dark path immortal goo. This goo formation clearly needs an earth path immortal goo." "I don't have an earth path immortal goo, I only have dark path." Fang Yuan replied angrily. Bada rolled his eyes. He almost wanted to beat Fang Yuan up. He shouted, "If you don't have an earth path immortal goo, just say it, I will lend it to you." "What do you know? Shut up." Fang Yuan retorted. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those Gu master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. "I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Tian Mountain? It seems that Wuxia's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined." Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The other righteous path Gu immortals were not stupid, they also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contained the dream path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered, he was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The righteous path and demonic path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Fang Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Fang Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then, he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then, he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then, his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken, and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the righteous path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the demonic path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled, but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super Gu Formation and the Righteous Path Gu Immortal severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal Gu house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most Gu immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the Gu immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court? Almost all the Gu immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms. His body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go, they must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of spectral soul hiding in other Gu immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, kill all the Gu immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Yes. Behind Duke Long, the Gu immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered, kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the Righteous Path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The Righteous Path Gu immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's Gu immortals from Central Continent, were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal Gu house Heaven Overseeing Tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again. The situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven Overseeing Tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu immortal Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven Overseeing Tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu Formation. With this Gu Formation, he should be able to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's power. But these starlight specks ignored the goo formation's attack. They directly went into the super goo formation and permeated it in the blink of an eye. Originally, this super goo formation was shining with red, green, blue, and black profound lights. But now that the starlight permeated it, these four profound lights weakened. The starlight mixed into the four profound lights. Fang Yuan felt a sense of concentration coming from the super goo formation. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, you were chosen by Providence sect, you had the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the world. However, even though you destroyed Shadow Sect's heaven-defying plan, you took a wrong step, you betrayed the righteous path and entered the demonic path, becoming enemies with the people of the world. If you admit your mistake now, surrender immediately, I will leave your corpse intact. After you die, I will personally write a biography for you, your name will be spread throughout the ages and serve as a warning to future generations. At this time, Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the super goo formation. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Providence sect made a good plan this time. He said this as he tried to activate the super goo formation. The goo formation was still under his control, but the feeling of difficulty and darkness was getting heavier. Some of the mortal goo at the edges were vanishing from Fang Yuan's senses. Evidently, Fairy Myrtle was fighting with him for the control of this super goo formation. Stubborn fool. Fairy Myrtle's voice was cold. She saw that Fang Yuan was resisting with all his might. She increased her strength. The starlight specks in the super goo formation became brighter. Celestial Court knows my identity, this proves my earlier guess. Dark limit immortal goo cannot be retrieved. As time passes, this super goo formation will eventually be controlled by Celestial Court. What do I do? Abandoning the super goo formation and activating reverse flow protection seal to escape? No way. Celestial Court has fought with me long ago, they are familiar with reverse flow protection seal. Since they want to get rid of me, not only do they want to get rid of the Shadow Sect, they also want to kill me. How could they not consider reverse flow protection seal? If I rely on this killer move, Celestial Court might not want to see that happen. Once my killer move is broken, I will suffer a backlash and lose my battle strength, I might even die. What should I do? The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind surged like a storm, like a raging tsunami. He was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a way to escape the battlefield. There was no way. It was impossible for him to escape on his own. His only hope was reverse flow protection seal. Should I gamble that Celestial Court did not develop a method to counter reverse flow protection seal? Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was well aware that if he were to bet on this, his chances of winning were too small. As for the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was hard for the upper extreme heavenly eagle to evolve into an immemorial desolate beast. Even if he had a lot of heavenly crystals, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would not be under Fang Yuan's control after becoming an immemorial desolate beast. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was arrogant, it only submitted to the strong, the possibility of it rebelling was huge. Relying on Fang Yuan and its own emotions to maintain it was very weak and unreliable. There are two ways to stall for time. Fang Yuan thought hard and came up with two methods. One was to release Reverse Flow River and place himself in the river to defend himself. The other was to place his Immortal Aperture in southern border and close the Immortal Aperture's entrance to defend himself. Chapter 1370. Hope was still slim. Right now, the battle was a chaotic three-way battle. Celestial Court's force was firmly in first place. Because they had rank 8 battle strength Zishan Makoto and Zui Hui, Shadow Sect's force was second. Southern Border's Righteous Path force was third. Although they had the Super Gu formation, it was a dead object. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had used Star Constellation chessboard to infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a member of Southern Border's Righteous Path on the surface, but he was actually closer to Shadow Sect. He was special. And looking at the battle situation, Celestial Court's force and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect's side. Shadow Sect could not match Celestial Court. They were at a disadvantage. They were also being attacked from both sides. They were at a disadvantage. One day, I need at least 1 day to reach Southern Border. According to the current situation, if this situation continues, I will not be able to last until then. Once Shadow Sect is defeated, Celestial Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path forces will work together to deal with me, the traitor. Shadow Sect's defeat is only one aspect. There is also this Super Gu formation. It will not last for more than 1 day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at this Super Gu formation with deep worry. Because of Qi Chu Yu's design, the second layer of this Super Gu formation could only be controlled by one person. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan called back the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they would not be able to help him resist Fairy Myrtle's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan had the hidden danger of his identity. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of Fang Yuan's true identity from Celestial Court, would these Southern Border Gu Immortals believe it? What would they do? To Fang Yuan, these were all unknown dangers. Fang Yuan had thought of the first layer of the Gu formation. This Super Gu formation had a total of 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer. There was still the first layer left. If Fairy Myrtle succeeded, the second layer of the Gu formation Fang Yuan would self-destruct. In theory, she would still be able to activate the first layer of the Gu formation and continue to resist it. However, according to Qi Gui's information path Gu Worm, the controller of this Gu formation had to be a Qi clan Gu Immortal. This was Qi Chu Yu's Gu formation. From his perspective, he had to prioritize his own benefits first. The first Gu formation had many methods to distinguish one's identity. If it was purely bloodline, Fang Yuan could still impersonate it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. One of the methods involved Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet Gu or Soul Lantern Gu in Qi Clan. This involved information path. Fang Yuan could only sigh and curse helplessly in his heart. Qi Chu Yu, this old man. How could a rank 8 Gu Immortal be easy to deal with? When Qi Chu Yu made this arrangement, he naturally did not expect such a complicated situation. But now, this arrangement had become a huge obstacle to restrain Fang Yuan. It was a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer to the dead end. But undeniably, Qi Chu Yu's arrangement was correct. At least, it was a huge guarantee for Qi Clan. Fang Yuan had to be careful not to let Qi Clan's Gu Immortals die. Especially Qi Gui. If anything happens to him, he would need to use the Super Gu formation to teleport him back. With Qi Gui, he had the first layer of the Gu formation. Of course, Qi Gui's attitude towards Fang Yuan was still an unsolved mystery. Unless he was at his wit's end, Fang Yuan would not use Qi Gui. The situation was complex. The 3 sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special identity. Even though he was in Southern Border's Righteous Path camp, he was not reliable. There were too many factors affecting him. Wisdom path methods were being used. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was thinking so hard that his brain was about to emit smoke. How could he escape? This problem was still unsolvable. Spring-autumn cicada? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Its body contained providence. There was a huge risk of failure. Earlier, Fang Yuan used Providence's secret help to revive successfully. But now, he was standing on the opposite side of Heaven's will, and Heavens couldn't wait to tear him apart. In this situation, if Fang Yuan tried to revive using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would be lying to himself. Spring-Autumn Cicada's providence would directly get rid of him. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was suicide. Unless he used Shadow Sect's method to reverse refine it. But now, how could Fang Yuan have the time to do so? That's not right. I can use time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. That way, I can give up on the super goo formation and hide in my immortal aperture. I can refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. No, that is not right. There are calamities and tribulations. Once the immortal aperture's time is sped up, calamities and tribulations will descend. It will be very difficult for Providence to control it. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no confidence in refining a pure Spring-Autumn Cicada in a race against time. And this method requires me to give up on the super goo formation. It is a foolish choice. This was not right either. Fate was full of malice, it seemed to have lost all hope of survival. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He was still persevering. His willpower did not waver, even though the pressure was increasing. Fairy Myrtle's corrosion of the super goo formation had not stopped for even a moment. Persevere. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. He was not flustered, he was very calm. It was not that he had not encountered desperate situations before. On the contrary, he had encountered them many times. In this world, cultivating and struggling for life, no matter what choice one made, there would always be risks. Once a person walked to a higher place, it was like climbing a mountain. Without risks, how could there be gains and improvements? Even someone as strong as old ancestor Xuehu, the number 1 rank 8 battle strength in northern plains, encountered danger. Snowy Mountain was destroyed, his hundreds of years of foundation was gone just like that. The plan to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo failed completely. Reverse Flow River was snatched away. Even his wife, Lady Wan Shou, was heavily injured. For example, Celestial Court Goo Immortals by Chen Tian and Wei Ling Yang, these rank 8 great experts were high and mighty existences. In the end, they died in battle. Even their corpses were scattered outside, unable to return home. There was also Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and in Fang Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioga, who died in battle while attacking Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was not Ma Hongyun, he was not the child of luck. Compared to these people, he was very ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died in the end, but he had fortune rivaling heaven to protect him. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living beings like dogs. No matter how talented or experienced a Goo Immortal was, in this world, they were all ordinary beings, they were treated equally. 500 years of previous life experience, compared to heaven and earth, what was it? The so-called scheming and deep foresight was just because he had experienced the fickleness of the world. He was familiar with the ways of the world. Manpower was limited, who did not make mistakes? Even rank 9 venerables were not immune. Even Ren Zhu was deceived by wisdom goo. On the contrary, providence was vast, it controlled the entire situation. The heavenly power of heaven and earth was endless. Resisting heaven as a human, how difficult was that? The same feeling was not only lingering in Fang Yuan's mind. Wuxia was also deeply moved. He was fighting. His opponent was a rank 7 righteous path Goo Immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie Wuxia was at a disadvantage. Even though he had exquisite immortal killer moves, the opponent was too strong. Wuxia could only barely hold his ground. After the previous chaotic battle, Wuxia fell into the predicament of fighting alone, and the situation was precarious. Soul Beast Summoning. Wuxia used an immortal killer move. 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded him again. But his opponent, Xia Clan's rank 7 Goo Immortal, smiled in disdain. Not long ago, when he faced Soul Beast Summoning for the first time, he was flustered. But now, with more experience, Xia Clan's Goo Immortal found a way to quickly restrain the ancient soul beasts. That was to use the giant dream realm. The intelligence of ancient soul beasts was still very low. As long as they used some schemes, Xia clan's Gu Immortal could lure these soul beasts into the dream realm. Souls entering the dream realm were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The essence of soul beasts was to condense their souls into corporeal bodies. Making full use of the surrounding environment was also one of the Gu Immortal's battle attainments. As expected, soon, the ancient soul beasts that Wuxia painstakingly summoned were dealt with by Xia clan's Gu Immortal. Wuxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not escape, he could only rely on others in this situation. Right at this time, his expression changed. He received Sixth Hair's message. Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. After Zishan Makoto woke up, he took the initiative to communicate with Fang Yuan, suggesting cooperation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods. Even though they had mutual benefits, there was no progress. Wuxia did not expect that at this time, Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Too late. The bitterness in Wuxia's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. I don't know where Fang Yuan is, but my Shadow Sect has already made a move to save the main body. Sixth Hair sent another message. Fang Yuan needed an information path Gu Worm to communicate with Wuxia. Fang Yuan could not communicate with Shadow Sect directly. Sixth Hair was usually the middleman. This was because the letter Gu used for communication were usually a pair. This way, crucial clues would be left behind for each other. Their location could be easily deduced and other information could be obtained. Give it to him. Wuxia thought about it. He did not reject. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Wuxia's mind. You are in a sorry state, Wuxia, you are about to be killed by Xia clan. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap to lure him? Wuxia's hesitation was unavoidable. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you earlier. Fang Yuan's words could be heard again, as if he knew Wuxia's thoughts. Wuxia had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he soon thought, maybe, Fang Yuan does not want me to die, but wants to capture me alive? To capture me alive, he would need to make some arrangements. There might be a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there. But this time, Wuxia shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to take a gamble. At this moment, he had to take the gamble. Following the direction Fang Yuan pointed, he flew towards it. Soon, he encountered a southern border righteous path Gu Immortal. Oh no! Wuxia's heart jumped. That southern border righteous path Gu Immortal also discovered him. But just as he was about to pounce on Wuxia, his expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he flew away with a strange expression, opening a path. How can this be? Wuxia was shocked. This was the second time. Could it be that he was also Fang Yuan's man? But if he was, his expression did not seem right. It was very strange, like he was unwilling, but also somewhat angry. Wuxia became more confused as he thought about it. He continued to move forward. Third, fourth. He encountered two more southern border righteous path Gu Immortals, but they both retreated on their own. This was naturally the result of Fang Yuan's manipulation. He used the reason of looking at the big picture to mobilize the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals. The reason was very simple. For example, that place needs you more, a friend from a certain place is in danger, if you don't go, he will die, and, don't bother with this mere rank 6 immortal zombie, I have already arranged for people to deal with him. All these reasons allowed Wuxia's advance to be extremely smooth. No one could have expected that Wu Yihai would collude with Shadow Sect. Who among the southern border righteous path Gu immortals could have thought of this? At this moment, the Celestial Court had not publicly announced Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Wuxia got closer to his destination. There is a cocoon of light forming here. The rank 7 expert He Ting suddenly had an unexpected discovery. Lightning burst out of his body, bringing him towards the cocoon of light. Stop! Wuxia, who had just arrived, saw this and shouted anxiously. He Ting was also curious. Who is this? He actually got so deep into this place. Wuxia's shout did not disturb him. He was already very close to the cocoon of light. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, He Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported into the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai. I was about to. He Ting reacted and shouted. This was simply a useless teammate. But almost at the next moment, it used an immortal killer move. All of its damage disappeared. Returning to its peak state, Zhuyi Hui growled again. It attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with hatred and anger. A sigh came from Heaven Overseeing Tower, and then it rose into the sky. Zhuyi Hui also had a flying killer move. It flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The central continent Gu immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it! This immemorial desolate beast has thick skin and flesh. It can use killer moves. Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot do anything to it in the short term. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was plotted against. He fell into a dream realm and is attacked by that rank 8 demon. Get out! We need to send reinforcements to reinforce Lord Duke Long. If this continues, it will not be good. But before Lord Duke Long left, he instructed us to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and not move around alone. That was then and this is now. We have rank 8 Gu immortals too, and Lord Duke Long is in danger. He has lost control of the situation. If we do not send reinforcements, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After some discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked fiercely, forcing Zhuyi Hui back temporarily, creating a chance. 2 central continent Gu immortals used this chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing towards Duke Long. Ha ha ha, 2 rats came out. Zhuyi Hui laughed, its eyes shining with a ruthless light. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The 2 central continent Gu immortals' bodies froze, like they had encountered a natural enemy. An immense sense of danger engulfed them. They could not control themselves. Crack! Zhuyi Hui slammed its mouth shut. It was clearly far away from the 2 central continent Gu immortals, but when it bit, it felt like it was biting these 2 central continent Gu immortals. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the 2 central continent Gu immortals were bleeding profusely. There were terrifying wounds all over their bodies. Their organs were pierced by sharp weapons. Their bodies were completely mutilated. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Zhuyi Hui has human intelligence. It knows how to avoid the enemy's weakness. Quick, bring these 2 back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them. Thankfully, the two Central Continent rank 8s had powerful methods to save themselves, they barely escaped with their lives, they were not eaten by Zhuyi Hui. After surviving, the Central Continent Gu Immortals realized how terrifying Zhuyi Hui was. As expected of the legendary immemorial desolate beast, reckless savage. How can we save Lord Duke Long now? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we get sent into a dream realm and lose Heaven Overseeing Tower, can we bear the responsibility? Right when the Central Continent Gu Immortals were at their wits' end, Duke Long was in the greatest danger in history. Zishan Makoto's killer move finally took effect, he broke through Duke Long's defensive methods. Get rid of them. Zishan Makoto flew to Duke Long's side, breathing out a mouthful of purple chi. This mystical aura enveloped Duke Long's body, breaking apart the layers of defenses on his body. Immortal killer move, will unraveling. Die. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with purple light, he used a killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Zishan Makoto flew out of the dust cloud, while Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How did he escape so quickly? Ingwu Xia was shocked, he quickly used Lead Soul into dream again. Zishan Makoto felt something amiss, Duke Long's awakening was too much of a coincidence, he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Chapter 1375. After Duke Long said this, his aura suddenly changed. He had just repelled Zishan Makoto, and also caused Ingwu Xia's lead soul into dream to fail, his aura was shocking, he was like a giant dragon that was charging into the sky. But now, his aura was starting to fall bit by bit. It was not appropriate to say that it was falling. Instead, it was tamping down and condensing. His majestic aura was becoming more and more condensed. After a few breaths of time, Duke Long's aura was completely restrained. His entire being was like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and unfathomable. Zishan Makoto was on high alert. In his senses, Duke Long in this state was far more dangerous than Duke Long with his earth-shattering aura. Roar! Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Next, his entire body vanished on the spot. Oh no! Zishan Makoto's heart sank. Duke Long was using the same trick. He had once used this method to move towards Zishan Makoto and use Chaotic Dragon Fist to suppress Zishan Makoto. If it were an ordinary Gu Immortal, even if they saw through Duke Long's plan, they might not be able to react in time. But Zishan Makoto was different, he cultivated wisdom path and could think very quickly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Zishan Makoto had already finished thinking and made a response. In the previous fight, Zishan Makoto had seen through the profundity of Duke Long's teleportation, he used the same trick now and purified the surrounding dragon roar. Sure enough, at the next moment, Duke Long's teleportation ended and he reappeared in front of Zishan Makoto. But this time, he did not succeed in getting close, he was still several hundred steps away from Zishan Makoto. But for Duke Long, this distance was enough. Human Chi return. He shouted and waved at Zishan Makoto. His gesture of welcoming was ordinary and unremarkable, as if a friend was casually greeting him. However, Zishan Makoto was hit hard in an instant. A large amount of human energy gushed out from his body and rushed uncontrollably towards Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and quickly disappeared. With such a huge loss of popularity, Zishan Makoto's eye sockets immediately sunk. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, and his originally bright purple hair became dull and dull. A feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart filled Zishan Makoto's entire body. In the depth of Zishan Makoto's eyes, a light of fear flashed. When he heard Duke Long's shout, he immediately thought of a famous Chi Path killer move. Triple Chi Reversion. This killer move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It had two well-known characteristics. The first was that it was very hard to practice. This killer move was extremely complex, the goo worms were huge in scale, and there were so many steps to activate them that even Wisdom Path goo immortals would feel dizzy. The second characteristic was that there was a huge risk. Because the killer move itself was very complex, if the goo immortal made a slight mistake when activating it, it would result in failure and backlash, harming the user. If the killer move was activated successfully and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Reversion's destructive power was extremely terrifying. This had to be explained from Immortal Ascension. When mortals ascended to Immortal, they focused on the three Chi, Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. The Goo Master continued to cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, accumulating Human Chi in the process. When they ascended to Immortal, the Goo Master would absorb Heaven and Earth Chi, fusing the three Chi into one. The Goo Master would adjust it meticulously before using their vital goo to detonate and create an immortal aperture. The more Human Chi the Goo Master had, the more Heaven and Earth Chi they could fuse. The immortal aperture that they created would be of a higher grade. Normally speaking, having one of the 10 extreme physiques meant having dense Human Chi, far surpassing mortals. Or the Goo Master's own accumulation, no matter what path it was, as long as they had Grandmaster attainment level, they would have dense Human Chi. After forming an immortal aperture, be it cultivating or managing the immortal aperture, the Goo Immortal would need to balance the three Chi. Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, Human Chi, none of them could be lacking, or the balance would be lost. For example, after Feng Yuan obtained a secluded domain of heaven and earth like reverse flow river, the sovereign immortal aperture's heaven and earth Chi was greatly depleted. He had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth Chi from the outside world to replenish the deficiency and maintain the balance of the three Chi. Regarding the three Chi, no matter which Goo Immortal, even Venerables, could not be careless. The 5 regions in the world had slight differences in heaven and earth Chi. Goo Immortals who were not born and raised here would often cause damage to their immortal aperture if they absorbed the heaven and earth Chi of other regions. Even though they could replenish it temporarily, it could only be used in emergencies. Once it was used many times, it would not work. Goo Immortals who died in other regions could also form blessed lands. For example, in the Battle of Luo Pa Valley, many Central Continent Goo Immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures formed blessed lands in northern plains. But because they absorbed the heaven and earth Chi of other regions, the blessed land's foundation and resources would be greatly damaged. After saying so much, he wanted to say, heaven, earth, and Human Chi were very important to the immortal aperture and the Goo Immortal. Any slight difference would cause severe damage to the immortal aperture. And this immortal killer move, Triple Chi Retraction, was created to target this point. It directly attacked the immortal aperture's foundation. It was a combination of consecutive moves and variant moves. Thus, the Goo Immortal who used this killer move needed to have very high technique. Triple Chi Retraction had 3 styles. First style, Human Chi Retraction. After the target is hit, their Human Chi would be greatly affected, their foundation would be greatly reduced. Of course, if there was no Human Chi, like desolate beasts, this move would have no effect. Second style, Earth Chi Retraction. If they were hit, the Earth Chi in the Goo Immortal's immortal aperture would be extracted crazily. The Earth Chi would be severely damaged, the balance of the three Chi would be completely lost, and the immortal aperture would be in grave danger. Third style, Heaven Chi Retraction. This was extracting Heaven Chi. After being hit by 3 moves, the immortal aperture would collapse instantly. Zishan Makoto retreated rapidly. He was already hit by Human Chi Retraction. If he was hit by Earth Chi Retraction as well, the disadvantage would be unbearable. Towards this move, Even though Zishan Makoto knew its origin, this was the first time he was facing it, he could not break it in a short period of time. Because this move was very complex, the more complex an immortal killer move was, the more difficult it was to activate, but it was also harder for the enemy to break it. You can't generalize everything. Everything has its pros and cons. Since Zishan Makoto could not break it, he could only use his methods. His figure instantly split into many different forms. At once, he turned into hundreds of Zishan Makoto, spreading out and flying around. At the same time, his main body turned invisible, vanishing. Even though triple chi retraction was very powerful, if it could not hit its target, it would lose its effect. However, Duke Long was not moved. Zishan Makoto's response was within his expectations. Immediately, he sneered. His voice was not loud, but it spread to the whole battlefield. Too late, Zishan Makoto, you were hit by my human chi retraction, you will not be able to dodge my next two moves, you can only endure it. Come, Earth Chi retraction. Duke Long paused for a moment before summoning again. What he said was not a bluff. Duke Long was clearly not waving in the right direction. Duke Long did not deliberately investigate, he did not know where Zishan Makoto's main body was, but Zishan Makoto was still hit instantly. Zishan Makoto was moved. A vast amount of earth chi surged out of his immortal aperture like a surging river, surging into Duke Long's palm before being absorbed and vanishing. Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture was heavily damaged, its foundation was completely destroyed, the balance of 3 chi was already lost, the immortal aperture would collapse in a few breaths of time. At this time, Zishan Makoto had no choice but to make a choice. That was to place the aperture. Directly place the aperture here. This way, he could absorb heaven and earth chi and restore the balance of 3 chi. But Zishan Makoto immediately chose to give up on this choice. This was a terrible solution. Because once Zishan Makoto placed the aperture, his main body would appear in his immortal aperture, it was like leaving the battlefield temporarily, he would lose his initiative. And most importantly, the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture could only absorb heaven and earth chi when the door was opened. This was a necessary channel of communication. But outside, there was still Duke Long eyeing him. If the immortal aperture's door was opened and Duke Long charged in, he could casually cause terrifying damage to the immortal aperture. And he could fight and retreat at will, Zishan Makoto would be trapped in his immortal aperture. Even if I place the aperture and restore the earth chi, my balance of 3 chi has already been lost, because there is too little human chi. And to restore human chi, I do not have the corresponding human path method. Only by purchasing large numbers of humans or variant humans can I do it. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Zishan Makoto's mind. In a short period of time, he made a decision. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his abdomen. Next, his palm shined with a strange purple light as it rose inch by inch, his palm left his abdomen. Along with this action, his immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He soon thought of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had a move, that was to use fire path methods to take away other people's immortal apertures. This move had once left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Why would Zishan Makoto use such a method? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled, but soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a member of Zombie Alliance. He Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Zishan Makoto to have such a method. Furthermore, in the world, when cultivated to a high level, one could comprehend by analogy and achieve the same goal through different means. Zishan Makoto's move was clearly a wisdom path method, he might have invented it himself, or it might not be related to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Zishan Makoto resolutely took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's door opened and started to absorb earth chi. But the hope of this grotto heaven saving itself was very slim, even if the earth chi was balanced, there was too little human chi. Chapter 1376. Zishan Makoto lost his immortal aperture, he also lost his cultivation foundation. Without an immortal aperture to manage, his future was bleak. Ignoring the future, just the present, his immortal aperture left his body and he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he stored most of his goo worms and immortal essence in his body, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. But there was no other way. Once Heaven Chi was extracted, Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture would collapse and form winds of assimilation. It would be even more dangerous, he might even lose his life. Triple Chi retraction was simply too powerful. It directly attacked a Goo Immortal's foundation. Even the great Zishan Makoto was forced to give up his immortal aperture. It was like a martial arts expert who cultivated iron sand palm cutting off his own arms. Fang Yuan was watching the battle, he was also shocked at this scene. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who managed to become venerable ones. When it came to the 10 existences, anything could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's formless hands were like this, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield was like this, and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Triple Chi retraction was also like this. What do I do? Fang Yuan thought about how to change the situation. He could not think of anything. The only thing he could do was rejoice. Rejoice that not long ago, Zishan Makoto had given him all the heavenly crystals. While controlling the Super Goo formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion, Fang Yuan also started to mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals this time, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest. Thus, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle grew to immemorial level, it would not starve to death like last time. As expected of Duke Long, Zishan Makoto praised Duke Long in admiration. Duke Long was simply too strong. He had quasi-rank 9 strength. He could directly crush ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortals. Only a peak rank 8 like Zishan Makoto, one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main split souls, who had cultivated for 100,000 years and had such accumulations, had the qualifications to fight him. But after dozens of rounds, when Duke Long's probing ended and he realized that Zishan Makoto did not have any methods to counter him, he immediately used his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi retraction was very powerful, but once such a powerful killer move was countered, the Goo Immortal who used it would be in a terrible state. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on his own head. Thus, any Goo Immortal would be wary of this killer move. Just like how Fang Yuan would rather mature the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than risk using the countercurrent protection seal. This battle can be considered as me bullying the strong. For a person like you, if you weren't a person who gave out random orders, perhaps we could still have a pleasant conversation. In this vast world, there are simply too few people who can catch my eye. However, I believe that in the near future, the entire world will become colorful and exciting. And I will be the person who will start this grand era. Duke Long sighed as he chased after Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto fought and retreated, he was at a complete disadvantage. He was hit by the first 2 styles of Triple Chi retraction, his strength fell greatly, he was not Duke Long's match to begin with, now he was even worse off. Duke Long's attacks were relentless, he was almost above Zishan Makoto in all aspects. Zishan Makoto could only hold on bitterly, he had no choice but to stop activating the killer move to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Wuxia was still trapped in the dream realm, the other Goo Immortals could only watch without being able to help. Run? Where do you think you can run to? Duke Long stood in the sky, his dragon eyes looked at Zishan Makoto's figure with a cold expression. The immortal aperture entrance of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land closed. The Soul Beast army did not charge out, they stayed back to defend. Duke Long smiled proudly. He turned around and looked at the Super Gu formation. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was progressing well, he aimed at the location of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land and activated an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate had a grand appearance. There were two huge red pillars on both sides. There was a huge dragon coiling around each pillar. The dragon claws were locked onto the pillars. It was firm like a mountain. There were shining dragon scales. The dragon body was strong. The dragon body coiled around the pillars, all the way to the top of the pillars. Then, the upper bodies of the two dragons faced each other, their eyes looked at each other, their mouths opened. There was a dragon pearl in the middle. It was like a small sun. It was dazzling. It formed the scene of two dragons playing with a pearl. The dragon gate opened. The interior of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land was revealed. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could actually forcefully open the Blessed Land. Duke Long laughed loudly. He stepped in. The Dragon Gate closed and vanished. The intense battle and slaughter in the Blessed Land could not be heard. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But it was obvious that after Duke Long entered the Shadow Sect Blessed Land, it would not be peaceful. So many soul beasts would charge at him without fear of death. What do we do? The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they found that they had no opponents left. Zishan Makoto and Duke Long were trapped in the Shadow Sect Blessed Land. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, and the rest were all reality-seeker physique bodies. They hid in dream realms. The only ones moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Many soul beasts rampaged in the battlefield. A portion of them were trapped in dream realms, unable to extricate themselves. They were soon eliminated by the dream realms. Most soul beasts saw the danger of the dream realms. Because of their survival instincts, they started to scatter. Soul beasts hunted all life forms with souls, and through devouring them, they could strengthen themselves. The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals soon became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to attack. Wu Yi Hai, quickly send us into the Gu formation. The southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals requested. They had no intention of leaving. Because right now, the Shadow Sect was defeated, the Celestial Court had a high chance of winning. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals subconsciously thought that the Celestial Court was on their side. After all, they were both Righteous Path. Duke Long grabbed the air again. Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still used goo worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. Do you know why you lost? He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. he looked at Duke Long in the sky. "I'd like to hear the details." Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch. Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch. The incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding. He had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale, his body was on the verge of collapse, his vision was dark, he was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground. He did not chase, he stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right, this dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood Spectral Soul's condition and location. Oh, there is also that Feng Yuan. How ironic, if he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm. His soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to Providence. He tried to defy heaven's will. He deserves to die. He will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. Chapter 1381. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life, he had turned into a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted coldly, his cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, but he secretly sent away most of them. The remaining goo worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the Celestial Court. Duke Long let go. The worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared. A large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear. There is no end to them, they are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it, since ancient times, when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, in the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Sui Yi Hui or Mao Li Qiu. He would treat them with respect. Spectral soul has been captured, his greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate, he could freely enter blessed lands and grotto heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's blessed land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire blessed land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's blessed land going to self-destruct? It's really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the blessed land was destroyed. If the blessed land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. Roar! Roar! The Soul Beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts, before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect blessed land. We can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete, they still had flaws. Even though they had dream path Dao marks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase them, the Super Gu formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. The Super Gu formation is gone, even though Shadow Sect retreated, Celestial Court is still around, what is their attitude? Bard had to consider this serious question. Earlier, Shadow Sect and Southern Border's Righteous Path were on the same side, resisting Shadow Sect's attack. Now that Shadow Sect had retreated, Spectral Soul's main body was still imprisoned by Duke Long. What was the attitude of Celestial Court? To speak the truth, Bard had no confidence in this answer. Because not long ago, Central Continent's Celestial Court had organized a surprise attack on Northern Plains, destroying snowy mountain-blessed land, but they were defeated by Longevity Heaven. The current situation was very similar. Central Continent's Celestial Court organized another expedition to Southern Border. What would their attitude be? It was hard to say. Even though they were all in the righteous path, Bard, who was already a higher up of the righteous path, understood one thing: politics did not care about moral principles, only benefits mattered. What could they use to protect their own benefits? One word: strength. If the Super Gu formation was still around, Southern Border's righteous path would have some confidence to talk to Celestial Court. But now, Wu Yi was gone, the Super Gu formation was being snatched away. They seemed to be 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, but none of them had Southern Border aura. At this moment, in this situation, the more Bard thought, the worse his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. After a while, he opened his dry lips and made a difficult decision: retreat. Retreat, we are giving up on the Super Gu formation. There are immortal Gu contributed by our clans here. Qi Gui pointed at the dream realms. Look at these dream realms, Celestial Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility for the loss of the immortal Gu and dream realms? Bard glanced at Qi Gui coldly. If you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to stay, you can stay as well. After saying this, he called the final Ba clan Gu immortal and left. Bard's decision immediately caused a commotion among the southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals. Before Bard left, he informed all of the southern border Gu immortals of the current situation. Wu clan and Xiao clan heard that Wu Yihai was missing. They were greatly affected. The Super Gu formation was not under their control. Most of the southern border Gu immortals imitated Bard and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yihai was Wu Yong's brother. Now that he was missing, Wu Liao was a Wu clan Gu immortal. How could he retreat so easily? I believe Lord Wu Yihai is blessed by heaven. Xiao Si Lu thought about it and left with Xiao clan's Gu immortals. Most of the southern border Gu immortals left, leaving behind Qi Gui, Wu Liao, and a few others. They chose to believe in Celestial Court. After all, they were the leader of Central Continent's righteous path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was pestered by Zui Hui. Both sides were locked in battle. More and more southern border Gu immortals gathered here. It was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. His bones seemed to have been pulled out, his entire body was like mud, his expression was dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan shook his head. Actually, Ying Wuxia, who had lead soul into dream, could display battle strength that was firmly in the number one position. Even Fang Yuan was wary of him. But such a person with no fighting spirit, even if he had triple qi retraction, what could he expect from him? Ying Wuxia, hand over all your Gu worms to me. Fang Yuan spoke. Ying Wuxia did not speak, he did not react, he was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan's voice turned sharp. Ying Wuxia, I am the leader of Shadow Sect, are you going to defy me? Ying Wuxia did not move, there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, he was about to continue when a strong aura burst out from the sky in front of him. An immortal Gu house suddenly appeared. Shadow Sect's remnants, your clan's master is here. Where do you think you're going? This book came from. Chapter 1387. The rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower that possessed Fate Immortal Gu would also be dissolved by the Dream Realm. In the battle of the giant Dream Realm that had just ended, Duke Long had personally tried it, and Heaven Overseeing Tower was still in phantom form at that time, it was not spared. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like this, so was the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion. Once they entered the Dream Realm, the whole of Bay Pavilion would start to break down. Clan's Gu immortals all felt that a large number of Gu worms were losing contact with them. This scene immediately gave these clan Gu immortals an incomparable shock. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move. Boundless Sea and Sky Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not break through the Dream Realm. But the Immortal Killer Move was still effective. At the next moment, Bay Pavilion vanished. It moved a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another place, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins, it was no longer as grand and majestic as before. Clan's Gu immortals were breathing heavily in Bay Pavilion, some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They retreated. It was truly dangerous. If we were any slower, we might have really fallen here. Dream realms are so terrifying. Even immortal Gu houses could not resist them. No wonder someone prophesied that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would surpass the strongest expert of the past. Damn it, we let those shadow sect survivors escape. Clan's Gu immortals rejoiced for a while before gritting their teeth. Now that they retreated, it would be too late for them to return. The shadow sect survivors must have used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, Bay Pavilion found traces of Fong Yuan's group. It took a lot of effort to catch up. According to the strength of both sides, Clan with the rank 7 Immortal Gu house should be stronger. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, it could not do anything to Bay Pavilion. Clan had both offense and defense, they could advance and retreat freely. In contrast, Fong Yuan's side had scattered Gu immortals, they could defeat them one by one. What made Clan's Gu immortals even more confident was that as long as they stalled for some time, they could wait for the reinforcements of Southern Border's super forces. They had a rank 7 Immortal Gu house, as long as they did not make any mistakes, they could definitely stall Fong Yuan and the rest. In fact, Clan's Gu immortals did the same thing. They had used the Immortal Killer move Return Water Life to fight a battle of attrition. But Fong Yuan's reaction was too fast. He used the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies as Immortal Killer moves, sending them over. Clan was caught unprepared. Even though Clan's Gu immortals knew some information about the giant Dream Realm battle, they could not have expected Fong Yuan to be so ruthless and ruthless, sacrificing his own people so easily. Another point was that Fong Yuan's ancient sword dragon form was too fast. His transformation path Dao marks turned into sword path Dao marks, sword eyebrows Immortal Gu continued to cultivate, increasing his sword path Dao marks. There was also sword escape Immortal Gu, as well as the explosive speed of the ancient sword dragon itself. If Fong Yuan moved alone and used sword escape Immortal Gu to carry the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, even though his speed was fast, Clan's Gu immortals could react and react. Clan's Gu immortals had ugly expressions. They had Bay Pavilion, but after being attacked by Fong Yuan, Bay Pavilion was in a terrible state, they had suffered great losses. But he still chose to chase without any hesitation. Because this time, not only him, there were also countless Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, rank 8 Gu immortal Chi Chu Yu, and several immortal Gu houses. With such a lineup, Wu Yong was confident that even if Shadow Sect set up an ambush, he would be able to flatten them. In the face of great power, all schemes and plots were nothing. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was flying at full speed. On the eagle's back, Fong Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, activating a mystical Immortal Gu. Dao Path. After a while, Fong Yuan stopped, saying with a grim expression, "There are many information path Dao marks on my body, I might have been hit by an investigative killer move. The possibility of Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals is low. Central Continent's Celestial Court, especially Fairy Myrtle, is the greatest suspect. No matter what, I need to return to plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to get rid of this investigative killer move." Note, last week's character solicitation activity has ended, this week's voting will be held. Tomorrow, Venerable Gu's official groups, White Heaven Group, Black Heaven Group, Venerable Gu's Tieba, and Venerable Gu's WeChat will all have voting choices. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. Everyone, let's choose the top 3. To be continued. Chapter 1390. The Super Gu formation set up in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was destroyed, but it also gave Fang Yuan and the rest a warning. At this time, the southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals were still on the way, they were still some distance away. Fang Yuan could use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape immediately. However, after careful consideration, he decided to practice the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and use this method to prepare for a rainy day. Because right now, Fang Yuan's methods could not undo the investigative killer move on him, that was to say, his location was always exposed. While being chased, there was a high chance of encountering enemies. For example, earlier, when Fang Yuan and the rest were retreating, they encountered E-Clan's Immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion. In this situation, Fang Yuan and the rest were taking a huge risk by riding the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not an Immortal Gu House, the Gu Immortals and it were not a single entity, it did not have the offensive and defensive capabilities of an Immortal Gu House. This caused the Gu Immortals on the Eagle's back to be easily targeted by the outside world. But if they grasped the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, they could instantly teleport and cross an extremely long distance, leaving danger zones. Wuxia and the rest had such a method, they could even escape from the pursuit of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's repeated attempts to kill them were largely due to this ancient battle formation. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, the enemy's advantage immediately became his advantage. Fang Yuan summoned all of the Gu Immortals to him, he imparted the contents of the ancient battle formation to each of them. Among them, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Wuxia had already grasped this formation path killer move. But this was the first time Fang Yuan, Miao Yin, and Black Tigress had come into contact with it. No matter what, only 3 of them had grasped omnidirectional travel. Among them, Wuxia's condition was extremely poor, he could not be relied on. Thus, everyone had to gather and practice it together. This formation path method needed the cooperation of many Gu Immortals, there was no point in practicing it alone. Just as Fang Yuan and the rest were urgently practicing the ancient battle formation, the southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals led by Wu Yong left in a grandiose manner. Fellow Daoist Wu Yong, according to the information you have, the other party is very likely to be in the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Now that we are not far from the Earth Trench, please give the order to plan the overall situation. Qi Chuyu said. He was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal with the same cultivation level as Wu Yong. In terms of seniority, he was from Wu Duxiu's generation, he was slightly older than Wu Yong. However, the prestige of the Wu clan was still flourishing, while the Qi clan had always been content in a corner, and their prestige was far inferior to the Wu clan. Adding on the information that Tai Mianshan leaked about Wu Yong, Southern Border's Gu Immortals started to feel wariness towards this first supreme elder of Wu clan. There was even some fear. After all, in the past, many Righteous Path forces had made things difficult for Wu clan, some even openly tried to take over Wu clan's resource points. If they knew about Wu Yong's battle strength and Wu clan's 4th clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, they would have restrained themselves, they would not be so unbridled. Wu clan has lost many territories, with Wu Yong's strength, he will definitely take revenge. After exterminating the remnants of Shadow Sect, it will be time for Wu Yong to make his move. Sigh. We were all wrong. This Wu Yong has deep thoughts, he is completely different from Wu Duxiu, he actually concealed himself so deeply. Now that I think about it, this is probably his scheme. He will show weakness first, then use the righteous path to retaliate and obtain more benefits. Along the way, the southern border Gu Immortals conversed with each other. Theories about Wu Yong's conspiracy soon began to clamor. As for Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect remnants, Zishan Makoto was already dead, even Spectral Soul's main body was captured by the Celestial Court. The only thing that could catch the attention of the southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals was Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Southern border's Righteous Path used 6 Immortal Gu houses this time. Why would they be afraid of the upper extreme heavenly eagle? Plunder shadow earth trench. Bai Ningbing suddenly grunted, a pained expression flashed past her face. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man as before Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this time path Immortal Gu to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before Immortal Gu was still intact, she was even on the same side as Fang Yuan once again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already died. And he was killed by Fang Yuan personally. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used man as before on himself, his injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for the failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, this made Fang Yuan's defense a little weak, but at the same time, it gave him a good healing effect. Everyone's injuries were not serious, and with their excellent true inheritances, they quickly recovered. Alright, let's do it again. Fang Yuan called. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Everyone's body emitted a radiance. The radiance quickly linked together, but it started to shake, losing its original stability. Bam! With a soft sound, the light dissipated, turning into countless specks of light that danced in the sky. Fairy Miao Yin moaned, her face flushed red. This time, her injuries were the heaviest. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was uninjured, he used man as before to heal Fairy Miao Yin. Our movements need to be synchronized. Again. After a while, Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Another failure. He Lulan grunted, her brows furrowed as a trace of pain flashed past her beautiful face. After resting, Fang Yuan said, "We might as well make some adjustments. Follow my movements, feel my strength, and follow my movements." Understood? The three girls nodded, not speaking. This move again, retreat. Clan's Gu immortals had suffered from this before, Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal Gu houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The Dream Realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions, how could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being Dream Path idiots. The ferocious righteous Path Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled, Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed, he received a letter Gu. Celestial Court's letter. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.